Good morning, good morning. I'm Mango Jones, and today in our Girl Defined Deep Dive, we are covering their blatant misinformation on abortions. And originally, what I was going to do for this episode was I was going to combine anti-feminism and the anti-abortion posts. But while making sure that I had the facts to properly correct them, I read something in one of these blog posts that made my blood just boil. So we're going to take that and we're going to turn it into a teaching moment. We're going to correct their information, and then I will open up the room for anyone that wants to discuss anything that we cover. So let's go ahead and jump right in with their blog post on how to not have an abortion someday. And this entire blog post is all about a fictional Christian girl named Rachel. And Rachel decided that she was going to stop following her Christian lifestyle and go out partying, go live the secular life, really. And she woke up and found herself pregnant. Her life came to a fork in the road, and she had to make a choice. Rachel hated the idea of getting an abortion and knew it was a terrible thing to do, but she felt trapped. She justified her choice by saying it would be better for the baby to die than to be raised by a single mom in this crazy world. She never thought her life would turn out the way it did because she grew up in a Christian home. Rachel never dreamed she would be the girl contemplating abortion someday. Now, it's not a baby. It's not a baby. I'm going to tell you now, it's not a baby. It's a clump of cells. And we will get into that more just a little bit, but it's a clump of cells. Up until a certain point in gestation, it does not matter. I don't mean to sound crass. I don't mean to sound callous. I myself am actually a parent, but it's just the way it is. It is scientifically true. Kristen goes on to talk about how our culture is full of promiscuity. And one of the things that she loves to preach about is raunch culture, where everything is overly sexualized. Everyone is doing what they want. You can see tits and ass all over the TV and on the internet, and it's sexual, it's sinful, it's fun, it's consequence free. And her fictional Rachel became curious with the world and the promiscuity culture and wanted to try a few things out herself. And one party led to the next, one bar led to another, one guy led to a night of serious consequences. It happens. It's part of life. But, safe sex, that whole thing, that's kind of important. We'll get to that. Her promiscuous behavior landed her with a tiny, innocent baby inside her clump of cells. It ended with a clump of cells. Clump of cells. Hollywood forgot to mention the potential consequences of sex outside of marriage. That could technically be a consequence of sex within marriage, too, because, there are people that do not see a baby as the end all be all to getting married. Just saying. And whether we like to admit it or not, girls who claim to be Christians are finding themselves at abortion clinics all across this country. You can be Christian and you can still end up needing to get an abortion for one reason or another. You can. It does not matter how safe you are with sex. You can still end up pregnant. You can still end up needing an abortion. You can still end up in an unfortunate situation which results in pregnancy. They word this as though every woman everywhere can just stop themselves from ever becoming pregnant or ever ending up in a situation where they become pregnant because God. And it's not true. And selling that idea to so many people is wrong. Now, she goes on to talk about how abortion, like so many people grew up in homes that were conservative and Christian and know that abortion is wrong and think that the future is abortion proof and call yourself pro-life. And you know the obvious fact that staying away from sexual activity before marriage will keep you from getting pregnant. So you think you're good. Yes, it's true that staying away from all sexual activity will keep you from getting pregnant. Yeah, that's true. Like, you don't have sex, you don't get pregnant. Thank you for stating the obvious, Kristen. We love you for that. But Kristen goes on to explain that the reason that this fictional Rachel got pregnant, needed an abortion, was because she lost her fear of God. Not her love of God, not her faith in God, not her anything else, her fear. Kristen, honey, anyone watching, if you have to fear someone in order to respect them or follow what they're saying, if the basis of your love and respect is fear, that is an abusive relationship and you should get the fuck out. There is no reason to fear God when he is supposed to be all-knowing and all-loving. There is no reason to fear God when he is supposed to be the one to guide you. If you're afraid of God, it's abusive. End of story. Like, fucking sorry. But it is. And I mean, it's this constant thing. Fear God. Having a fear of God will give you the right perspective and overall worldview of life. No, it won't. It'll fill you with fear. It'll make it to where you are afraid. That's not how it's supposed to work. Not in a good, healthy Christian lifestyle. But you wouldn't know what a good, healthy Christian lifestyle is, Bethany or Kristen, because you spend your entire life selling these fear-based tactics to impressionable teenagers. It's not how it's supposed to work. You shouldn't have to develop a fear of God. You should develop a love for God if you want to be a Christian. I myself am not, but I'm sure that there are plenty of people that are, and that's okay. It is. But you shouldn't fear your God. You shouldn't. Why is it a fear thing? Why? Yeah, you're absolutely fucking right, Pearlfish. But the thing is, Girl Defined is so set in selling the fear, the irrational thought that you can't do anything at all. You must sit down, wait, and pray to God for your husband. That anyone in their fictional universe, anyone within their ministry, they're not going to be educated about the world. Hell, these women aren't even educated about the world. They were taught at their dining room table. And they think that schools in America are actually teaching proper sex ed somehow. Don't know where they got that idea because it's just not fucking true. But you know. it's baffling that they're allowed to sell this idea. And it's confusing to me why so many parents allow their teenage girls to be given this idea, but to each their own. And this is the article that made me decide to do this as its own thing, because the very first thing said in this pissed me right the fuck off. Even amongst pro-choicers, abortion used to be viewed as a sad and unfortunate thing. It was viewed as an out for rape victims and women who had no other choice. An out. She called it an out. It's not a fucking out. It's not. If you are a rape victim and you find yourself pregnant because of said rape and you have to go get an abortion, you know what that is? That is called helping. That is called getting rid of some of the fucking trauma. These people are in a bubble. They don't get it. But carrying your abuser's child, giving birth to said child, and then having to live with said child is re-traumatic all in itself. You have to live with that visual of your trauma every single fucking day. If I ever encounter anyone that calls abortion an out for rape victims, we will throw hands in Minecraft. We will. Because that's highly disrespectful to everything that person has gone through. That is highly disrespectful to anything that a lot of women have gone through. A lot of people with uteruses have gone through. I won't say just women. The he, she's, and theys with uteruses, there's a lot of trauma that has happened. There are a lot of things that have been done. And to call it an out is terrible. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Pearlfish. Never, ever, ever call it an out. Never do that shit. But I digress. They're talking about the Shout Your Abortion campaign, which happened in 2015, I do believe, because, well, there's a lot of shame and there's a lot of stigma around having to get an abortion. There is. And it's unfortunate that there is that stigma, but the more that we talk about it, the more that we are open with our own stories, the more that other women will be comfortable with making the decision, because it is a hard decision. It's never going to be an easy decision. And the fact that these women at Girl Defined Ministries want to continue the shame and stigma when they're supposed to be part of a sisterhood is disgusting. It is. I mean, these are some of the tweets that happened during the Shout Your Abortion campaign. There should be no shame in having an abortion. If a woman decides that's what she's going to do, she is almost certainly making the right decision. Abortion is a responsible and moral choice. You have the right to a safe abortion, and no one can take that away from you. Honestly, my abortion at 20 was one of the first responsible, non-self-destructive, grown-up choices I ever made. My abortion was in 2007. I didn't want kids then, and I still don't. I'm managing my own wellness. Those are all great things to talk about when it comes to what your abortion was. Those are all great things to have out there so that other women can see that there doesn't have to be the shame and stigma. There doesn't have to be the thought of, oh, I messed up by doing this. I'm doing wrong. No, you're taking control of your life. And that's awesome. But Kristen, being the bitch she is, said that the common theme is my happiness always comes first no matter what. Yes. Yes, it fucking does. If I'm going to be happier in my life without giving birth, which is more dangerous than getting an abortion, by the way, then yeah, my happiness is going to come first. Sorry, my body, my choice. You say that about vaccines, don't you, Bethany and Kristen? Your body, your choice? Huh. It's fucking weird. Anyway, Kristen did write a letter to the person that started the Shout Your Abortion campaign. And her response to the open letter was great. I don't believe in God. Every religion is equally foreign and improbable to me. You will as easily convince me to believe in Zeus as in your God. Lindsay West, you're my hero. I love you. Okay. But Kristen's very much offended by this because, clearly, if you're going to be shouting your abortion, you don't believe in God. If you're happy with your abortion, you don't believe in God. If anything about having an abortion made your life better, you don't believe in God. When a woman dismisses the idea of God from her life, she does exactly what Hitler did. She becomes her own God. She is now her highest authority. She is now her moral compass. She is now the one who decides right from wrong. Bitch, that is such a false equivalency. Why? You do understand who Hitler was, right? You do understand what Hitler did. You do understand that has nothing to do with anything going on with abortions, right? I'm really confused here. Why would you bring up Hitler? And what does that have to do with it? Yeah, a woman should be her own highest authority in her life. Yes, a woman should absolutely be able to make her own decisions. She should have her own moral compass. But she's not Hitler. Someone please tell me how that makes sense. Yeah. That's these are also the same women whose family really holds their great grandfather on a pedestal, and he was a literal Nazi. But that's another stream topic for another day. But just know that they'll make Hitler comparisons for women that want to get abortions, but they won't talk about how their great grandfather was a literal Nazi. But anyway, yes, but yeah. And this is exactly why these women are shouting their abortions to the world. They're saying, my choice, my happiness first, my life, my rules, my morals, and don't you dare shame me for it. And yes, those women should not be shamed for it. That is exactly what should happen. And the fact that they put it into words right there, but they're acting like it's a bad thing is hilarious because it is a great thing. It is a great thing to know where you stand, where you want to be when it comes to your own personal life. I'm not about to make, someone else's choice for them. That's the whole thing. That's why it's called being pro-choice. You don't think you can handle a baby? You want to get an abortion? By all means, do your thing. Oh, you think that your support system is strong enough to where you can handle it? Great, do your thing. You make your own choice. It's that simple. And no one should be shamed for the choices that they make. Oh man, it's almost as though that's, how the fucking real world works. Jesus, fuck. Abortion isn't about a woman's right to choose. It's about a woman's right to be her own God and do whatever she thinks is best for her. It's not about being her own God, but it is about doing what's best for her. Because again, her body, her choice. It's really easy. Yeah. Without God, self rules. And that right there is exactly why women are proudly shouting their abortions. And they should. They absolutely should. I will continue to say that throughout this whole thing. Every woman that has had an abortion for whatever reason should not be shamed for it. They should not be made to feel as though they did a bad, because they didn't. They took control of their rights. They took control of their body, and they're doing what they need to do. And women like this that continuously try to shame that are pieces of shit. And parents that buy into this type of bullshit, that pay for seminars from women like this, are bullshit. It's that simple. I mean, she said that, what we see in the Shout Your Abortion movement is a perfect example of how godlessness works. It's not about godlessness, because there are a lot of Christian women that get abortions too, But we're not going to talk about that, are we? First, you sin. Second, you justify your sin. Third, you advocate your sin. Yes. Yes. Nobody who is proudly sinning wants to feel guilty for it. That is why these outrageous and mind-blowing atrocities always turn into movements. It's turning into a movement because bitches like you want to make everyone feel bad for the choices they make for their own goddamn body. That's why it's turned into a movement. Because people like you don't know how to keep your fucking mouth shut about someone else's decision. Because you think that for some reason, because you believe in a sky daddy, that you have to say why someone else is wrong for what they choose to do to their own body. Who made you the person in charge of everyone else's uterus? No one? Oh shit, maybe you should shut the fuck up then. God damn. It's just the way it is. Sin doesn't want company, it wants a support group. Yes. Yes. There should be support groups for women that have had abortions or are considering getting abortions. So that way they can discuss with others what their experience was. It's a brilliant idea. Thank you. We should get on that. A world without God is a scary, scary place. Anything is permitted. Ending abortion won't happen by simply holding up pro-life signs and shutting down a few Planned Parenthoods, although that's still good. It is not good. Okay, look. Quit protesting Planned Parenthoods. If you are sitting in my chat right now and you have ever gone to a Planned Parenthood and you have picketed it, then you need to get the fuck out right now. Because you don't seem to understand that not every Planned Parenthood offers abortion services. In fact, the vast majority of them do not. So when you're standing outside of one and you're protesting, you are protesting women that are there for prenatal care because they want to have their baby, but they cannot get in with the regular OBG, or they can't afford it, but they still want that baby. You are protesting women who have suffered a loss and are getting the care that they need, which is fucked up. You are supporting women. You are protesting the women that are getting postnatal care because, again, getting fucking regular care from an OBGYN is fucking expensive, whether you have insurance or not. You are protesting women that are there to get free testing done to make sure that they are on the up and up so they can have whatever partners they want. Big fucking whoop. You are protesting women that are there for cancer screenings and cancer help. Did you know that Planned Parenthood does that? Yeah. They test women regularly to make sure that they are healthy. They do all sorts of services beyond abortion services. And every time you decide to stand outside of one and picket it, you are throwing into these women's faces that you do not give a shit about them or their health. Because chances are you're standing outside of one that doesn't even do fucking abortions, and you should be ashamed of yourselves. Fuck all the way off with that shit. Quit doing it. And this is just completely false. The only way to truly end abortion is by putting God back on his rightful throne. That is not true. That will never be true. There will always, unfortunately, be a reason for abortion to happen. There will always be a need. But if you want to reduce, which is really what we want to reduce the number of abortions needed, then we need to quit with these bullshit crisis pregnancy centers. We need to quit with the bullshit abstinence only sex education. I know, Bethany, Kristen, you think that we're just taught how to go out and fuck and be promiscuous all the time with safe sex in school. But it's not true. I don't know what type of after school specials you were allowed to watch growing up, because clearly School of the Dining Room Table taught you fucking nothing. But we aren't taught anything of what you think. And if we were actually taught the proper way to approach sex, to approach being safe, we wouldn't have the number of abortions we have. It's just, sorry, it's never going to go away, but we can reduce them. Please quit acting like we're some heathenistic society that wants all of these abortions. We don't. But women like you need to get it through your thick fucking skulls. Quit protesting Planned Parenthood. Quit acting as though it's some terrible fucking thing to take control of your own rights. Stop it. No. It is not a nice experience. It's also a very expensive experience. It's not something to be taken lightly. But women like this act as though it's the lightest thing in the world. They shouldn't be shunned for their choices. No. Any woman that has had to have one should not be shunned for it. But unfortunately, women like this are just complete assholes. See? Sydney had one. Sydney's Jewish. Want to talk about that, Kristen? Bethany? No? Yes. Slim, we're going to go through the last article, and then I am going to go over the actual facts about the state of sex ed in the U.S. and the state of abortions in the U.S. and who actually gets them. So they don't seem to get it. They don't understand. But that's cool. We'll teach them. It'll be fun. I don't understand why women like this are allowed to sell their ideals to impressionable girls and young adults. I don't understand it. I don't think I'll ever understand it, really. and hopefully this actually fucking loads, but this last article was written by Bethany, and Bethany is talking about the horrifying truth about abortions. And, well, it's full of lies. I can tell you that right now. It is full of fucking lies. It is all about how places like Planned Parenthood sell fetuses. You know, that whole thing that happened. That thing that was proven to be not true. You know? But she wouldn't listen to that anyway. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yep. And see, their books, their fucking videos, their current blog posts, those are all still up and going. But right now, we're exploring some things that, well, they've tried to get rid of. Oh, just wait. Next week is anti-feminism. Oh, and then we've also got transphobia, homophobia, bigotry. We've got a lot of stuff to go through, Vila. You're going to have fun with this one. And yeah, they fully believe bullshit like that. They absolutely do. And it's hilarious because that's not how it works. It's never how it works. The opening of this just, it tickles me so much. I watched my computer screen in horror as a tray filled with bloody pieces of a freshly murdered baby parts came into view. Of a freshly murdered baby parts. Of a freshly murdered baby parts. Do you have an editor, Bethany? Because that's grammatically that's incorrect. I mean, it's a great way to open up something that you're going to be using to scare teenage girls. But yeah, a freshly murdered baby parts. A freshly murdered baby parts. Lizard, no one go to Lizard for any sort of education because Susan's a hold'em and proving it even more. Okay. Thank you, Susan. How can this be happening? How can the average person think that abortion, killing babies, it's not killing babies, cells, clump of cells, is totally acceptable? How can these people talk about pieces of bloody, mangled baby parts with zero care or emotion? How is this the world I live in? Because it's not the world you live in. It's not. There aren't a freshly mangled baby parts all over a table or anything because that's not how it works. Y'all really don't know how gestation works. Like most abortions are actually done before like the 12-week mark, and it's a clump of cells. It is. It is not in any way, shape, or form resembling an actual baby at that point. In fact, on average, most abortions are done before 8 weeks. Y'all knew that, right? Before y'all wrote this bullshit? No? Oh, shit. Because, you're fucking wrong. Undercover in Planned Parenthood. Yeah, no. The videos that everyone circulated for a while, they're not true. Planned Parenthood does not sell baby body parts. It does not show what takes place behind closed doors. You do not see freshly aborted babies and watch as the workers discuss how much money they could get out of each body part. Every piece has a price: head, legs, brain, eyeballs, arms, liver. That. Honey, no. That's not how it works. It's not. Okay. Quick lesson. Fetuses are not viable until 24 weeks. The reason that fetuses are not viable until 24 weeks is because that is generally when brain activity is starting and happening. That is why there is a very strict cutoff time for abortions. But if you notice, abortions that happen between 20 and 24 weeks aren't from people that don't want their baby. All of those babies are wanted and loved. The reason that they have to have an abortion is because their baby will not be viable. There's so much that can go wrong. There's so much that can happen that can cause you to have an abortion. And these women are so fucking insensitive to it. They don't get it. If your baby has all of these pieces, if your baby has brain activity, that baby is very much wanted. But the reason that they have to get an abortion is because, well, either they're going to die or their baby will die. It's just the way it is. It's completely fucked the way these women think. She says that the reality of abortion is a hard pill to swallow, but it needs to be swallowed. The reality of abortion is a hard pill to swallow, but it's not the pill you're fucking swallowing. The one that you're swallowing says that we're all baby killers, that we can have abortions up until a certain point and we feel nothing about it, that Planned Parenthood is selling off these babies for parts. But that's not the case. That is not true. If babies had a chance to talk, I'm sure they would be thanking those people, thanking them for caring about their little lives, thanking them for taking a stand and speaking up, thanking them for showing love and care through their actions. No. Because in a lot of cases, because Bethany, the woman that decided to write this, used to be a pro-life counselor. Those babies may not ever get a chance to talk because you spent so much of your life convincing women that were not ready, not financially stable, likely in cycles of abuse, to give birth, to keep their baby. You are the reason that cycles of abuse continued. You are likely the reason that some children were killed because their parent, knowing they probably shouldn't have a baby, were convinced by you to have a fucking baby. Good job, Bethany. Thank you for contributing to actual death. You're amazing. We appreciate you. Please go jump off a bridge in Minecraft. Please. Just take the time to reflect on the fact that you directly caused suffering. And that's fucked up. But continue to sell these ideals to people. Please. Please. I absolutely love this. Abortion is totally anti-biblical, and here's why. Actually, there are many verses where God did force miscarriages upon women, and a forced miscarriage is an abortion. It happened multiple times throughout the Bible. But are you going to bring up those verses, Bethany? No? Fuck. Of course not. Abortion is a direct attack against God. Humans are the only living beings created in the image of God. When a baby is intentionally murdered, an image bearer of God is being destroyed. Well, thank fuck we're not destroying babies. And it's clumps of cells. Clumps of cells. Should I say it again? Clumps of cells. Thank God we're not murdering actual babies because, babies are alive. That'd be terrible. Babies are knitted together by God inside their mother's womb. What does that even fucking mean? Can someone please explain that? Hey, Vila, was your kid knitted in your womb? Like, was your baby formed by knitting? Because, what? It's kind of fucked up and weird to think about. Yes. That is... Yep. You're absolutely right. They don't have a heartbeat by that time. No. They don't. And a lot of times it's not even... Like, they don't get it. They'll never get it. They'll never understand. There you go. Thank you, Blaine. Love you. But you're right. No. God breathes life into a baby at birth. Oh, okay. So your daughter was made with the stick and poke method. Got it. Fuck. Well, your daughters are absolute angels, Sydney. They are. So it makes sense. But yes, abortion goes into the womb and kills the baby. For you formed my inward parts, you knitted me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works, my soul knows it very well. Psalm 13, 13 through 14. Oh, okay. So we're going to conveniently quote the Bible. Got it. Again, though, you shouldn't be fearful of your God. Like, that shouldn't be a thing. It's abusive. Like, it is. It's an abuse thing, okay? Children are a blessing, reward, and a heritage. They should be welcomed and cherished. They should be welcomed and cherished when you want a baby. See, they're not going to answer that question. They don't want to actually talk about the bad things that happen in the Bible. They're very convenient with what they say. Abortion is murder. There's no way around it. You shall not murder. People like to say abortion is part of women's health, a woman's right to choose, loving, or whatever else. The facts can't be changed, though. A woman goes into the clinic with a baby in her womb and comes out without it. The woman's life continues on and the baby's was ended. That is not true. Once again, clump of cells. Clump of cells. It's a clump of cells. It's a parasite. It literally is. It feeds off of you and grows, much in the way that a tapeworm feeds off of you and grows. It's just that you don't have to go through a lot of legal loopholes to get rid of a tapeworm now, do you? Tapeworms are living beings. Should we stop people from getting rid of those? I think that would be fair. Wouldn't that be fair? Huh. Also, again, the woman's life, yes, will continue. But oftentimes that woman is stopping cycles of abuse. That woman is doing what is best, not only for herself, but for a life that would be innocent. And that's something that you have to remember. It's okay to not be ready. It is okay to know that you are not going to make a good parent. It is okay to know that this isn't a time in your life where you want to have a baby. It's okay. It's a hard decision. And women need to stop shaming other women for it. It's as simple as that. Like, quit. Stop it. Also, you have to consider that people that are, seeking abortions usually are low income women or women of color. Did you know, Bethany, Kristen, that women of color are more likely to go into the hospital to have a baby and never leave again? That it's a sad reality, but it is the reality. It shouldn't be that way ever, but it is. And you, as a pro-life counselor, spent so much time convincing women of color to put themselves in a position where that could happen to them. Do you just not care? Oh, it's all about the babies, right? What about the women? Anyway, if we as Christian girls don't stand up and speak out against this incredible evil, who will? Well, anyone with half a fucking brain cell wouldn't speak out against it. Because it's not an incredible evil. It's an unfortunate part of life. And it is something that needs to be addressed. It is something that needs to be talked about. It is something that everyone needs to understand, that it's never a decision that's made lightly. Quit acting like it's something that people just wake up and decide to do on a fucking whim, because it's not. Absolute fucking idiots. To help with not having abortions, you can have conviction. Know what you believe about abortion. I know what I believe. I have conviction. I believe that abortions are an unfortunately necessary part of life. We could reduce said abortions by having, actual reproductive health education in the US, and life would be a lot easier if we were taught properly, but we're not. It happens. It's unfortunate, but we're working on it. Stand up for the truth. The truth, Bethany, is that it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And you're wrong. And you're stupid. That's the truth. Encourage purity amongst your friends. Do not do that. Do not do that. Please, for the love of God, do not encourage purity amongst your friends. Don't encourage people to save sex for marriage. Encourage people to educate themselves. Education is key. We are not educated in this country, unfortunately, but we can work on that. We can. Stop it. Don't feel bad. Do something. Don't brush this under the rug and ignore the reality of it. Abortion needs to be fought against, and we are the ones to do it. No. There are so many ways that we as young women can take a stand. Pro-life counseling centers are scattered all across the world. You can volunteer in a pro-life center. You can stand in front of abortion clinics and pray or try to counsel the girls going in. You can teach the girls younger than you about purity. You can sign the petition to defund Planned Parenthood. Well, guess fucking what, Bethany? If a Planned Parenthood clinic is receiving federal and state funding, they cannot offer abortion services. Did you know that? No? Well, fuck. It's almost as though you're stupid and you did zero research and you're believing everything that mommy and daddy told you, because it's true. If a Planned Parenthood clinic is a Title X clinic, which is a federally funded clinic, they cannot offer abortion services. So once again, you're standing outside of these places picketing women that are looking for other health services. Whether they just had a baby, they had a miscarriage, they had a baby, but need extra help. They need cancer screenings, they need birth control, they need STD testing. You are picketing these women that aren't even having an abortion because they can't have an abortion at that clinic. Oh man. You know how fucking stupid you sound right now? Jesus fuck. I mean, you're obviously stupid, but still, like... By the way, if anyone that is watching now or in the future needs help with getting access to services, in the description, there are some wonderful links that'll help you out. We have the Title X clinic locator so that you can get all of your free to no cost birth control, STD testing, educational materials, anything you need, they got you covered, except for abortions because they're Title X clinics. There is a pro-choice abortion clinic finder, and abortion clinics are privately funded. Just remember that. So, defunding Planned Parenthood doesn't hurt anyone trying to get an abortion. That hurts everyone that's not. Just say it. But there's an abortion clinic finder down in the description. Planned Parenthood locator in the description. Low to no cost birth control that you can order from the comfort of your home. This one's my favorite. There's a link to Plan C pills, which are the first abortion pills you can order before you get pregnant. Yeah, that link's down there too. And then, well, I do have a Cash App. I don't have the cash tag up, but if you don't want to make any sort of donation to me, but you would like to donate to a great cause, there is the link to the Satanic Temple Religious Reproductive Rights Legal Aid Fund. And what that does is they are helping all temple members throughout the U.S. get access to and obtain abortion ritual services through proper medical providers. They're also working to make it a religious freedom to get an abortion in states like Texas. So please donate to them. Help them out with the cause because it's very important. Now let's go over some facts, shall we? Some real facts, not the bullshit that Bethany and them are saying. Yeah. Yes, better education would help everything. It absolutely would. Oh, hey. Bethany was talking about videos that, show all these baby parts at Planned Parenthood. Yeah, this is the oversight committee from the actual government. The people that when they federally fund clinics and stuff, they have to, review them, keep an eye on them, oversight. Yeah, no. There were no credible evidence that Planned Parenthood profits from its fetal tissue donation program. Planned Parenthood isn't selling baby parts. It's proven. They're not. Oh, look. The claim, Planned Parenthood is paid for fetal tissue donations in violation of federal law. The facts, they receive reasonable reimbursement for its tissue donation services. Tissue donation services as expressly permitted by law. There's laws, there's regulations, there are certain things that you can and cannot do with certain types of tissue. And fetal tissue is used in so much research. It is used for so many things that could be helpful. They're not selling baby parts. There are no baby parts to be sold. Because, once again, clump of cells. Let's get that out there. Once again. The claim: Planned Parenthood doctors changed the method, timing, and procedure of abortions to obtain fetal tissue in violation of federal law. There is no credible evidence that Planned Parenthood doctors changed the method, timing, or procedure of abortion solely for the purpose of obtaining fetal tissue. Because they can't do that. Because they can't just decide to break the law and do abortions after or before a certain time. I don't know why they think that that's the case, but, they don't think. I guess it's the right thing to say. But yes, there's so many claims that these things happen. But, oh, hey, look. The video that Bethany was talking about. Publicly release the full unedited videos. Facts. The videos have been heavily edited and deceptively manipulated. Man. It's crazy, isn't it? The person that did those videos created the Center for Medical Progress with the sole purpose of entrapping Planned Parenthood. Except there's nothing to, trap them with, because they're on the up and up. They do what they need to do. They get funding for a reason. It's really upsetting that someone's going to try so hard to shut down a clinic that provides so many services to so many women. And they're selling these ideas to young women. They're selling these ideas of fear and shame and everything in between to young women. And it's stupid. So, yeah, let's talk some safe sex, shall we? So, I'll drive safe, Sydney. Oh. It's very clear that they are unaware of what safe sex is taught in the school system. They were taught at their dining room table by their parents, primarily their mom. They don't know anything of what happens inside of actual schools beyond what they see in TV and movies, which it's very clear that TVs and movies have taught them that sex ed in schools is like, oh yeah, wear a condom, go do your thing, be promiscuous, be happy, be free. And that's no. So let's review this. I went over this in the last stream, but we're going to talk about it again. 29 states in the District of Columbia mandate sex education. That is 29 out of the 50 states that require sex education. 35 states require schools to stress abstinence when sex education or HIV, STI instruction is provided. 35 out of 50 states stress abstinence. 16 states require instruction on condoms or contraception when sex education or HIV, STI instruction is provided. That is 16 out of 50 states that require instruction on condoms or contraception. 15 states do not require sex education or HIV, STI instruction to be any of the following: age appropriate, medically accurate, culturally responsive, or evidence-based, evidence informed. Yes, they could pull the whole Mean Girls, you will get pregnant and you will die, and it is perfectly fucking okay in 15 states. Only 9 states require sex education or HIV, STI instruction to include information on consent. Consent. So a lot of people, because only 9 out of the 50 states require it, don't know that you can revoke consent halfway through. They don't know that your partner bugging you until you give in and say yes is not consent. They don't know. It's not taught. It is not covered. Consent, the most important part of any sexual interaction, is fucking consent. Yeah. Only 8 states require culturally responsive sex education and HIV STI instruction. Yeah. 8 states. 8 out of the 50. 7 states have policies that include affirming sexual orientation instruction on LGBTQ identities or discussion of sexual health for LGBTQIA youth. Yeah. 7 states out of the 50. Even though all 50 states have people that fall into this group. 9 states explicitly require instruction that discriminates against LGBTQIA people. 9 states purposely discriminate against a marginalized group of people. And it's taught to our kids in public schools. Yeah. It's baffling. No, it's not any better hearing it again. But it's something that needs to be said because we can't change the current education system without understanding what is actually within the current education system. And when it comes to sex education, reproductive health education, whatever you want to call it, it's awful. It is not where it needs to be. It is not going to do anything for anyone beyond, well, nothing, actually. Like, nothing good comes from it. We hear all the time about all of these, pro-life people that don't want any more abortions, make abortions go away. But how are we going to make abortions go away or reduce the number of abortions necessary if that's what we're being taught in school? Because there are so many parents that leave the sex education talk up to the school. They're not going to do it themselves. So we're stuck. We're absolutely fucking stuck. And the thing is, the CDC did set out a great list of guidelines for full comprehensive sex education. They have an immaculate set of guidelines, but it's up to the schools to actually want to do them. Like, they have 6 key concepts: human development, relationships, personal skills, sexual behavior, sexual health, society, and culture. Like, these are very descriptive topics. These are things that I wish we would have covered. Because, I mean, for sexual health, you've got reproductive health, contraception, pregnancy and prenatal care, abortion, sexually transmitted diseases, HIV and AIDS, sexual abuse, assault, violence, and harassment. I wasn't taught about any of this. I wasn't taught to be able to recognize the signs of abuse or violence, harassment. I've been getting catcalled by adults since I was a teenager, and I was told, oh, that just means that you're pretty. That's not cool. I mean, sexual behaviors, sexuality throughout life, masturbation, shared sexual behavior, sexual abstinence, human sexual response, sexual fantasy, sexual dysfunction. There are so many things that are in the comprehensive sexuality education guide. So many things that would be helpful to everyone. But it's not taught. It needs to be taught. From what I know, it depends on the country. And it's also, much like in the US, it varies area to area within those countries as well. So I would need to do a bit more research on that and get back to you. That's okay, Lubis. Also, hi, Lubis. But yes, these women, they want to talk about how terrible abortion is, how awful, and how we need to get rid of it all. We can't get rid of it. We'll never be able to get rid of it. Because by getting rid of it, you're also telling the women whose wanted fetuses pass away that they have to carry to term. And that's dangerous. You're telling these women that they don't matter. And they absolutely do matter. Something else that's not taught in sex ed, which would be helpful to know so that you can help reduce the number of abortions needed, is that birth control pills are only 91% effective by standard use rates, because we are not perfect. Perfect use rate, 99% effective. We are not perfect. It's 91%. And I actually need to correct myself. Last stream, I gave condoms with standard use rate of being in the 90 percentile. No, condoms are actually only 58% effective by standard use rates. So please keep that in mind, gentlemen. 58% effective. 58. Yeah. It's not great. Not great. Sorry about that. No, it's not. This guideline that I have pulled up is what the CDC wants to be taught. That is their guidelines to what is a comprehensive sexuality education. We were not taught anything comprehensive. In my state, you do not have to have medically accurate information. You can only teach about contraception in the thought of, oh, you're in a heterosexual married relationship. They do not cover anything having to do with LGBTQIA individuals. Yeah, heterosexual relationship is pushed as the norm. Abstinence is very much pushed. Yeah, terrible. But this is what they want for everyone to be taught. But it's not federally mandated. It's not required, even though it should be. Yeah, that's... I can see why you would want to do that, Slim. Because, 58%, not good. It's not good. So, let's talk about who actually gets abortions, because Bethany and Kristen seem to be really confused about who gets abortions. 60% of women that get abortions, according to 2019 data from the CDC, are already parents. They're already moms. 60% already have one or more children. 43% of women that get abortions get it within the first 6 weeks of pregnancy. 43%. That's actually a really fucking good percentage. 36% get it 7 to 9 weeks. 13% 10 to 13 weeks. 3% 14 to 15. 4% 16 weeks or more. So 92% of abortions happen within the first 12 weeks of pregnancy, first 13 weeks of pregnancy. 92%. It's still just a clump of cells. There's no brain activity. There's no functional pieces, really. 92%. 29% of women that get abortions are aged 25 to 29. 9% are teenagers, 28% are 20 to 24, 20% are 30 to 34, and 15% are 35 or older. It's not a whole bunch of promiscuous teenagers and young adults going out and doing this. It's people that are, getting established. Likely already a parent. Likely just found out within the first 6 weeks. It's crazy. It's almost as though we're responsible to an extent. Just a thought. 41% of women that get abortions have some college education. 9% have no high school degree. 27% graduated high school. 23% graduated from college. So these are educated women or semi-educated women doing what's best for their life. 49% of women that get abortions are below the poverty level. That's a responsible thing to do. 49% below the poverty level. 26% are up to twice the poverty level, and 25% are more than twice the poverty level. But 49% of women getting abortions know that they can't afford to have a baby. So they're not going to have a baby. And that's spectacular. 58% of women that had an abortion in 2019 have not had a previous abortion. 58%. 24% had one. 11% had two. 8% had three. But you know what? It doesn't fucking matter. It really doesn't. You do you. You do what you need to do. Okay? 46% of women that get abortions were never married and are single. 14% were married. 31% cohabitating. 9% previously married, currently single. It's okay. Single moms getting abortions so that they don't have another child, so that they don't have to worry about any of this. You do you. You do what you need to do. Well, okay, Lubis. So the way that it worked when I was in school was in 4th and 5th grade, you did the stuff that 4th and 5th graders need to know about, like your changing body, puberty, stuff like that. It wasn't until I was in 10th grade in biology class that we did like sex ed, which wasn't really sex ed because like I didn't learn jack shit. Medical misinformation, all that fun stuff. So, yeah. Yeah. Accurate. I'm really sorry that you had to be married to an emotional abuser. I am beyond sorry that you had to live through that. But I am glad that you did what you needed to do and that you were willing to talk about it, because there should be no shame and stigma behind doing what you needed to do. There shouldn't. Ever. It shouldn't. Everyone should be able to talk about what they go through without fear, without shame, without stigma. So Bethany used to be a pro-life counselor. Let's talk about what a pro-life counselor does and what type of thing that they work at. Okay, so pro-life counselors can be found in crisis pregnancy centers. I'm sure that y'all have seen billboards all around the place, like Birthright, Heartbeat International. Those are crisis pregnancy centers. Crisis pregnancy centers are organizations that seek to intercept women with unintended pregnancies who might be considering abortion and persuade them that parenting or adoption is better. They primarily target women who are most likely to seek an abortion, particularly low-income women and women of color who do not have access to preventative care. They also offer things such as free pregnancy testing, STD testing, educational materials, prenatal care, postnatal care, ultrasound, maternity clothing, formula, things that would entice women that otherwise would not be able to afford those things. And low-income women of color, they don't have access to preventative care because, well, it's either out of their price range or it's not taught in schools. See what I said earlier about what is actually taught in sex ed in schools. Most of these centers are affiliated with religious networks and umbrella organizations such as Birthright International, CareNet, Heartbeat International, or the National Institute of Family and Life Advocates. Crisis pregnancy centers are not licensed medical professionals. They are not, which means that they are not held to HIPAA privacy provisions and can and will give out your personal and medical information that they get. They also use misinformation to convince women that abortion is not safe. The common misinformation that they give: abortion causes severe mental health issues. There's a link between abortion and breast cancer. Abortion is more dangerous and deadly than childbirth, despite the fact that there are studies that prove otherwise. But these crisis pregnancy centers, if you get your ultrasound done, you're pregnant. Oh, they're going to send your information to this company, this company, this company, this company to keep trying to convince you to have your baby. They're going to send that information out to places that'll send you free samples of like clothing and toys, formula, whatever they think will get you to keep your baby or do adoption, which also not good. And last thing that I want to go over is in that last article from Bethany, she talked about how there were actual baby parts: liver, eyes, brain, all of it. Abortions occurring at or after 21 weeks gestation are rare. They are rare. They are hard to obtain. They cost a shitload of money. They are time intensive and only performed by a small subset of abortion providers. But people focus in on these abortions. They use these abortions to try and push certain laws. And oftentimes when this topic is brought up, there's a lot of misinformation. Like, public discussions have been sparked after several policymakers have theorized about abortions occurring moments before birth or even after birth. But that's not true. And it's not legal, in fact, because that is murder. That's murder. Yeah. Just making sure we're on the same page. It's murder. The vast majority of later in pregnancy abortions are in cases of health or life endangerment or lethal fetal anomalies, meaning that you're going to die unless you have an abortion. Your child that you want, that you actually want and love and care about, has passed away inside of your womb, and they need to get rid of it because it will kill you if you keep going. It is what it is. But people need to quit talking about it as though it's something that happens every single day, because it's not. It's not. And using fetal pain as a guilt trip for people getting an abortion is bullshit. Quit doing that. Absolutely quit fucking doing that. Because there is no way that a fetus will be able to feel pain until 24 weeks gestation, when brain activity is going, when the fetus is considered viable. Quit it. Stop it. It's that simple. Women like Bethany and Kristen should not be allowed to sell these false narratives, these untrue statistics, anything to young, impressionable girls. They shouldn't. And so many places continue to platform them. They are still receiving money from parents of impressionable girls and young adults. And it's fucked up. And anyone that would like to discuss anything that has been said here, or their own thoughts on abortion or anything, is more than welcome to. It's absolutely frustrating what is allowed to be sold. Wait. Lubis, why are you obsessed with apes' appendages? No, you don't, Lubis. No, you don't. But in the description is the link to the Satanic Temple Religious Reproductive Rights Legal Aid Fund. And I would absolutely appreciate if anyone wants to donate. It is going to help immensely with so many things. The StreamYard link is out there for anyone that would like to join. It's an open room. Oh, hey, Slim.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I just got to work.
Ah, fun.
Oh, yes. Interesting. So, I think one of the first things I want to bring up is uh, when I was in, I'm guessing middle school, I actually had to teach a couple of my friends how to use tampons.
Really?
Yeah, like I had a couple friends, that were like acting all like sad, and I'm like, "What's wrong?" And they're like, "I don't know what's happening to me." Like there's blood down there, and I'm like, "Oh, honey, come here." And I took them into the girls' bathroom, and I got them the tampon, or I had one with me because my mom taught me to have stuff like that on me. So I, at a young age, started carrying tampons for my friends because you never know when somebody's going to need one, just like a condom.
Yeah.
Tampons and condoms is what I used to carry. So I
Oh.
actually had to walk a couple of my friends through the process and explain to them, no, you're not dying. There's nothing wrong with you. You just have to do this once a month, and I would actually walk them through the process because at 14 years old, I was sitting down in the living room watching TV one day, and my mother comes in the house with four huge books, and she sets them down on my lap, and I look down, and they're all about the female body, like the whole. My mom used to work at a doctor's office, so she would bring me medical journals and medical books and stuff like that to read. So at 14, she said, "You should understand what a woman's body is like, or yours and women." So it was mainly the female body and what you go through in different times of your life. The easiest way to put it. So I was taught at a very young age. Unfortunately, the school systems are not very good at that, and especially if you go to a Christian school. I went to a Christian high school for a year, and there was basically no sex education other than abstinence.
Yeah, the don't do it conversation.
Yeah, God's watching you, so don't do anything that you don't want God to see. So don't have sex until you're married, kind of bull crap.
Oh, fuck that
Which
shit.
is which is funny because I got kicked out of Christian school for finger banging my girlfriend in chapel. So I thought God wanted to watch. That's what they told me, right? He wants to watch.
But he watches everyone do everything. It only makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, if he didn't want to watch people having sex, he wouldn't have made it. So, he made it to be the perv.
Yeah, and like there are a lot of women, especially, young teenagers that don't understand anything about tampons because they're taught that, oh, if you use this, you're going to lose your virginity and you're not going to be pure anymore, even though that makes zero sense.
It doesn't, yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't penetrate you that far. I mean, and
No, it doesn't.
there's different sizes for different people. And same with, you can also get panty liners and then the pads too. So I mean, there are other options, but it matters on how active you are, and the technology's gotten a lot better than when I was a teenager for sure. Nowadays, when you go down the aisle, it's like a huge section, which is wonderful to see. When I was younger, it pretty much was just a couple different styles, and from what I've come to understand, I guess they were using almost toxic stuff in them back in the
Yes.
day, and now they're not. Yeah, now they're not using their certain chemicals or something like that. So that's at least healthier for sure. And I wish these people weren't so anti learning or proper learning because I can't imagine I can't imagine like getting toxic shock syndrome because you didn't understand to change it often enough.
Yeah.
My girlfriend talked about when she was 16, that happened to her when she was on a road trip because she didn't understand that, because nobody told her.
Hey, Sydney.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
it's easier for me to drive than it is for me to text.
That's
Yeah,
understandable.
Unless somebody tries to kill me again, that's okay too.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, hey.
Okay, and then let me really quick. I'll just tell my abortion story or the experience I had with having to deal with that in my life. I was dating this lovely lady who had 3 kids already. We were in the middle of potty training one, and it was our fault. We were stupid. We went to where you could go gambling up in the mountains here. I forgot what it's called off the top of my head, but we were there and we were partying and we were in the jacuzzi and we did the stuff a bunch of times. And a couple weeks later, she realized she wasn't having her normal time, so got tested. She was, yes. There's no way that we could keep it. She had 3 kids, single mother. Even with my income, even if I tried to work a million, there's already 3 kids. So there's nothing. I mean, yes, we could have. There's so many kids out there for adoption already. That's not. I don't know. I don't feel like that's viable. And
I don't think you were stupid.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we didn't think there was another choice, really. I mean, this was like 10 years ago, so I was in my early 30s, we were living in a 1-2 bedroom apartment with 3 kids. It's like Denver rent and Denver prices for stuff are just insane. So it was like we had to go through it. The thing that really made me upset, and I think that they have to do this. I think it's law, but right before we went through the process, the doctor pulled up its heartbeat and said, "Here, listen to its heartbeat," and made us listen to it, and then said, "Are you sure?" And I was like,
"That's not law."
Is it? Okay.
It is law in
well,
certain places.
Oh.
I thought in Colorado it may be law. So
okay.
I thought that was just underhanded because we're already in this difficult situation. We already don't want to deal with this, even though
Don't make it worse.
Yeah, and we knew it's our fault, but again, it's just cells. But they tried to make it seem like give us a guilt trip, and it was like there's nothing we can do. We don't have an option.
That's a bit shitty. I know in America they do have to do to the woman, are you sure you want this? Are you sure you want this? Are you sure you want this?
Yeah.
Just to make sure the guy's not pressuring her into it or it's not against her will. They'll normally make sure she's on her own. Be like, sweetheart, are you sure this is what you want? There are other options because they want to make sure a woman's not literally in an abusive situation. But
yeah, and I was
know that's what you're doing so they don't feel so fucking shitty when you ask them these questions.
And I went in with her every time after she got the pregnancy test and it tested positive. Every time she went into the doctor, I was with her and giving support and saying, yes, I understand the different options we have and showing that I was so supportive and I was there. So yeah, that's my thing. And then really quick before we get to other stories, well, that was a weird bang on the wall. The reason I got my vasectomy is because my girlfriend at the time was having complications with her birth control.
Oh no!
I don't remember what it was, and she tried to change to another one, and then they wanted her to change to another one, and I said, you know what? Let me go in and see if I can get a vasectomy. I had Medicare, whatever. I went in and talked to my GP. And I told him, the story, and he said, yeah, totally, let's do it. And the government paid for mine. So, so instead of my significant, well, when you have a tattooed face and you're a sword swallower, it's pretty easy to convince the government to give you a vasectomy.
I guess so.
They're like
I wasn't expecting that, but okay.
Yeah, please don't have kids.
No, come on.
and the process was really easy for me. I actually was taking video the whole time, and I was laughing because I was watching this dude like work on my balls while I was videotaping. The doctor looked up like 3 times, and he was like, "You're fucking insane, huh?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, totally. That's why we're doing this." But I was laughing the whole time.
Yay, Sydney face reveal.
Hi. So those
Hi,
are my
Sydney.
stories.
Oh, you're allowed to tell your story, I think, maybe. So, were we telling our stories? Is that what it is?
Anyone that
Okay.
wants to share is more than welcome to.
As you guys know, my marriage for about 15, 17 years was abusive, emotionally abusive, even during Hannah's cancer crisis. For 16 years, basically, yeah. Anyway, you know all that. But I had one abortion in it was 2010. No, 11. And because I already have going on with Hannah already, and everything else, I just couldn't. So I had one, you know, they didn't look down on me, but they wanted to make sure, you know, like people they do, they wanted to make sure that I didn't want to change my mind or anything like that. But with Hannah's situation, I just there's no time. And then everything was okay with all that, with the abortion. Well, with the consent thing, that's a different story. I was raped twice. Once by my ex-husband and once by my ex-boyfriend. My one with the ex-husband, and please, chat, don't repeat this. My kids saw it. And I didn't know, because I was under the influence of, like sleeping pills because I couldn't sleep. And so they saw it. And Nicole, I don't know if Hannah ever did or not, but she was like, "Mommy, why were you just laying there?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Dad, what Daddy was doing." And I was like, "What?" So, yeah. It's not the easiest, especially that. I mean, the first one, obviously, with my ex-boyfriend was bad, but not as bad as your children seeing it happen. Even though I was married to him, because I later found out through my psychiatrist, she said, "Did you give him consent?" I was like, "No, I was under influence of, sleeping pills." She said, he raped you. I'm like, "He did what?" "But I'm married to him." But, she's like, "It doesn't matter." And I had no clue that was a thing, when she was telling me all this. And so, and he did it one other time, I think, but I can't obviously. I don't know. But yeah, so Vila is very has a strong connection to Hannah, and I can't imagine what Hannah saw. And she probably was too little anyway, but this one is a bad one.
Yeah.
Really, really, really bad.
It's okay, darling.
Okay. I never told a soul except for one. Okay. Once, my husband was watching porn, which I don't care. Whatever. His husband. I opened the door to the half bath. My children were doing the same act as the porno people. And nobody knows, and I was in horror. They were only 4 and 6. They had no clue what they were doing, but they were trying. And I just you're teaching these kids this at the age of 6 and 4, even though you're not teaching them really, but you are, because you have it on the screen and they're watching it.
And they'll imitate what they see. Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And of course, it was 2 women. The worst one. Please, guys, don't repeat that. Because it took a lot for me to say it, but it has to be said.
Yes.
Nicole, it's not like Nicole's going to see this anyway. But, yeah. That one, to me, was worse than all of them. Because, you're not giving them a chance to learn differently. You're showing them what they need to do. You didn't stop it. You didn't say, well, you don't need to. You could always figure out something else to say what it was. Don't imitate.
Or just not watch it when they're awake or around.
Right. And because, yeah, exactly. And he threw something at me. I think at that, I'm not sure. I can't remember. But that was horrifying to me more than anything, and any of it. Because, rape you could kind of get over, but that I have never gotten over. Because none of it, he never owned up to any of it. He's like Vaughn. He's the real victim. Whatever. And the husband I have now is kind of not like that, but abusive with money. That's totally different. But anyway, but that is really, like I said, you got to be careful, because they're, like you say, like teaching in the classroom, they're not doing what they're supposed to. They shouldn't be doing that when when they're young like that. And like I said, you could have diverted that quickly. And God knows what Hannah was thinking. She was only 4. She doesn't remember it, but Nicole remembers me getting raped more than any of it, because she was too young to know what they were imitating, thank God. But, she knows now. Oh, Hannah's gonna just gonna haunt me about this. Anyway, try to make light a little bit. Anyways, I have to go in. I just wanted to say that real quick before I have to be at work right now. So, please, just, I know nobody will see this, but people outside chat, please keep it to yourself. the part about my kids, because that was the hardest thing, and I don't want my, not that Nicole will see it, but I don't know, whatever.
Well,
But
thank you, Sydney. Like,
Thank you, darling.
I'm
And
sorry,
you
I
know,
have to run,
it's not your
but
fault. Like,
I didn't
it's
realize
not
it
your
was 10
fault your
o'clock.
girls had to see that.
Okay, I'll see you soon. Bye, guys.
bye, Sydney.
Bye, love. Oh,
I was not expecting that, but I'm glad that she came
no.
in and she shared.
These things are so important to discuss, though, and like, I don't like that there is the stigma around people feeling they can have these open and frank discussions about it all, because it is important.
It is.
You shouldn't feel shame talking about these things. You had no control over like all of it, but really. So why should you feel ashamed to speak on it?
And it's the fact that women like Bethany and Kristen can sell the idea that there is shame, that there is a stigma, that anything that you do is because you don't fear God enough to impressionable teenagers and young adults is disgusting.
Oh,
Which is why I
completely.
started this whole thing in the first place. Like, it, and these things that I'm covering, these are things that they have written down. They posted this to their blog with just pure proudness of themselves. Yes, these are my thoughts and opinions. This is what I want the world to know about me and my thought process. It's fucked.
There's a lot of old stuff that they've not bothered to get rid of. That now is not only that now totally contradict what they say now. Because believe it or not, they've gotten a lot more woke. This is woke Bethan and Kristen that we see now.
Oh, no. I've got stuff that they got rid of because well, during the pandemic, they were starting to get different like sponsorships and promotional stuff through Instagram from different companies. And people found their transphobia, their homophobia, their bigotry, their everything in their blog and were sending it to these companies.
Ah.
And I have those blog posts, and we're going to be going over those at another date.
I didn't know they'd started to delete them now, because last I knew they weren't deleting it. They were just like buried.
Oh, no, they've started deleting stuff because they don't want it to be found. They got rid of the videos, but I got the blog posts. Can't hide that.
Because the fact that in one of their books, they said, I knew a woman, not I heard of, or, oh, our congregation was told. She claimed she directly knew the person, right? Had a full hysterectomy. And by the grace of God and prayer, she managed to conceive a baby after having a full hysterectomy.
Which is just absolutely impossible.
Yeah,
it is scientifically
that's not how bodies work.
Impossible.
Like, if that had happened, my God, bitch would have been all over the newspapers. It would have been a medical breakthrough. It would have been classed by the church as a legit miracle. And it would have been one of those things where it's like, there's, how the fuck did that happen? It would have had to have been classed as a miracle.
Yeah.
So why is it not out there?
Oh, because it didn't happen.
In it. But the stuff they come up with, and it's all that. And have you heard of that woman, God is Grey?
Oh, I love God is Grey. She is so sweet.
She's lovely. And the fact that they publicly dragged her at one of their conventions because she's not the right kind of Christian.
Yep.
Because she is pro gay and trans rights, basically.
She is pro teaching people Christianity in a open heart, open mind concept. Loving and accepting of everyone, doing as pretty much what the Bible says Jesus would have wanted done. And they don't like it because, well, it doesn't fit their narrative of fearing God and being in an abusive relationship with God and sitting down and praying and waiting for your husband.
Even though that's not what they do.
I mean, Bethany,
they're the ones out there.
Bethany met her husband when he was 17 and she was 23. They didn't get married until after they were both adults and she was just turned 30. But when they met, he was 17 and she was 23. But they don't talk about that. They don't like to address that.
Wow. Well, there was the rumor, and I absolutely state in massive fucking neon flashy lights rumor that there may or may not have been one of her husband was at gay conversion therapy or something.
That
I don't know if that is real or not.
That's absolutely a rumor. It was all started because Dav, as he stylizes his name, the weird symbols and shit, he does want to be some form of like Christian singer, rapper, performer, whatever. And because of his mannerisms, the way that he carries himself, people automatically assume gay.
Okay.
There is no
bullshit then.
proof to the rumor.
I thought there was a lot more than just that in that case. Like, that's messed up because that's a whole level of like homophobia almost. Because it's like, oh my god, he handles himself with like the hand, so he must be a bit like, no.
He has energy, which means that he must have been through conversion therapy, even though there's literally zero proof of it anywhere.
Yeah. Wow, that is messed up if that's all it is. I'm so I thought there was more than that.
No,
but like, I've not looked into the husband much.
Well, he doesn't really do much. Like, it seems like he's the one that does most of the child rearing, even though that's supposed to be Bethany's job, and he does most of the housework, which is Bethany's job as a Christian.
Well, didn't Bethany try to show cooking and she didn't get anything right? No, that was another one. Never mind, sorry.
Oh, no, she's done that before, too.
Oh, as well. Oh, my God.
She's admitted that she doesn't know how to cook. She doesn't know how to properly clean her house. She doesn't know any of these skills that a godly housewife is supposed to know. But she's a godly housewife? Like, it's all over her Instagram. God. She is shit at everything, and it's hilarious. Like, I feel as though her son is there to be a Christian prop. I did what I was supposed to do. I got married. I had my baby. But now I can't do anything right. I am doing everything online instead of caring for my baby. And preaching to these young women that they should be like me.
Even though, like, she wears clothes that some would consider immodest. She's going on lives wearing form-fitting clothes, wearing makeup, things like that. She puts a lot of effort into her presentation. And while, yes, you're meant to be, as a Christian, presentable, she should not be like that.
Oh, see,
especially since she knows young teenagers watch her.
Now, see, that's the thing. This is where one of those great Christian double standards comes in. She can do it because she's married. Because she's married, the modesty rules have changed. Because if you look back in old like blog posts and books and stuff, she talks about how shorteralls, the overalls that are shorts, are terrible. They're awful. They're gaudy. Women should not wear them. But as soon as she got married, she was pictured wearing them literally all the time. Like, that was her go-to outfit.
Oh, didn't she say that her husband gave her permission to wear those sorts of clothes, so it's okay?
Yeah. Because she is married.
What about all the other men? Yeah. What about all the other men's eyes that have to watch her slutty body?
Well, see, those don't matter because she's married. It only matters when you're not married because question marks.
Apparently, men don't get turned on by other men's wives.
I mean, I don't see anyone that would get turned on by Bethany. She uses foundation as lipstick. Come on now. But
true.
But still, I do get the point.
Yeah. And her sister, Like, are they sisters or sisters?
Oh no, they're actual sisters. There's actually more siblings than just them.
Yes, I heard there are younger siblings, aren't there?
Oh, there's an older brother as well. And there's a couple other brothers. All of the brothers in the family changed their last name to Mershon after Nazi relatives. And then one of the brothers, Stephen, goes by the nickname Hans, again, because of a literal Nazi relative, which I have information on. That will be another stream. Yeah, it's not pretty. Their lives are not pretty.
God.
And the one that we like to call Brown Baird, because she is the only one with brown hair, handmade a Pocahontas dress and wore it on Thanksgiving 2020. Yeah.
I literally refer to Thanksgiving as Happy Native Genocide Day. Because that's all I know it as. I don't know it as an actual, like, yay, Thanksgiving. I know it as yay, let's celebrate the day a whole tribe was massacred.
Yeah, but no, she completely ignores the fact that, you know, Pocahontas was repeatedly raped. She was kidnapped from her husband. Her husband was killed. Her first child was taken away from her and killed. She likely never even made it home by the age of 21 because she was also killed because she was sold into this lifestyle. But let's dress up as her for Thanksgiving. And let's have other members of the family wear pilgrim hats. Yeah.
Mate. Like, I don't think I can feel sorry for Bethany or Kristen, just because, like, I know that they were brainwashed by their family, but they're at an age where there's enough information around that they could not. Yes.
And I did mention that last stream because at this point it's just a willful ignorance. They have the resources in front of them. They could easily find out anything they want to, but instead of doing research, they're doing confirmation bias and pushing out.
They don't have to. Yeah, they don't have to do the woke left either. They can just look up a neutral medical thing that says, well, this is the reality of what this is in sterile neutrality. And then you put what you want around it, so to speak. But they don't do that. And they've always been this judgy. She wrote in her book about when she was a teenager visiting women's houses.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if it was for her mum's cleaning or she was doing an interview or something. And she was talking about one woman that was so godly and so amazing. And her greatest joy was with her children. And another woman who was like in her old age alone alone in an old folks home or something. And like looking over at her dance trophies. And she was saying how like they were the thing that she was most proud of in her life was her dancing at competitions, and how she used to spend days away going to these competitions and how she was so proud of it. And Bethany, I can't remember if it was Bethany or Kristen, I'm really sorry, but they said with all the audacity, I'm sure that like the fact that her abandoning her children to go dance is why her children have abandoned her in her old age and don't bother to visit her. She didn't know if they visited or not. She assumed. And then said, like, she's an evil mother.
What if she decided that she wanted to dedicate her life to dancing? That she wanted to be able to go out and do all of these wonderful things with her life without children attached? It's almost as though we have the right to make that decision. Huh.
Like, choice is a big thing. And the funniest thing is what Kristen and Bethany don't understand is because feminism exists, right?
Next week is anti-feminism.
I was going to say, the only reason it exists, like they are allowed to do what the fuck they do, is because of feminism. The fact that they were able to write that book and publish it under their real name and not pretend to be a man is because of feminism. The reason that they, as a woman, are allowed to be on social media or actually have a voice where that can be heard by the people. Feminism.
Yep.
Clothes, trousers, feminism. Medical care, feminism. Any level of education above the age of your first menstruation, feminism.
Yep.
But let's take a big, massive shit on it. Of course not.
They're never going to admit it. I mean, next week, some of the lovely blog posts that we're going to be covering are things like, Christian girl, you don't need self-esteem.
Oh, God, yeah.
There's a blog post about how you don't have to love yourself. Men are deemed the number one problem in feminism, which is just inherently not true. Like, it's not men themselves,
it was like,
but it's another discussion.
It's like, you should look beautiful for your partners. Like, if you don't, like, you shouldn't worry about loving yourself. You should worry if God loves you. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter if you hate yourself. It doesn't matter if every day you wake up wanting to die because you're going against your identity so badly. As long as you are doing what would make God love you, then that's the best thing you could do. Like, you need to be what your husband wants. If he wants you to cut your hair long, sure. If he wants you to dye it, if he wants you to do anything, you better do it. Oh, unless it's not in the Bible or it's something that the Bible outright says no, then you can say no. But because he's a man, you should also defer to his intellect on whether, because he gets word from God, not you. And bullshit.
If they really wanted to, fear God and do what the Bible says, I mean, they wouldn't wear half the clothes that they wear because it's mixing of fabrics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They wouldn't do half the things.
That's the biggest sin out there, wearing multi-fabric clothes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and you better not be having them chicken nuggies.
Oh, that's like the only thing that they eat in Bethany's house because they can't cook.
Oh, but what's wrong with
eating? You're having mummy animal in its baby yolk.
Oh, kinky. I mean, what? Never mind.
Yeah, and then you can't have anything that's like battered that is beef either because it's got milk in it.
I knew there was a reason why I like battered, fried, covered in bread stuff. I knew it. I knew there was a reason. Makes me more satanic.
Oh, yeah.
Which, friendly reminder, in the description, there are resources for everyone in the U.S.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
thank you for those.
Services. And there's also the link to the Satanic Temple Reproductive Rights Legal Fund, which is super important because it helps ensure that women all across the U.S. are able to get access to the services that they need, especially in states like Texas.
Totally. The reason why I went to Utah to perform for the Satanic Temple was because they were having an abortion, a women's rights rally in Utah. And so that's why Salt Lake City. So that's why I went there and performed for them, because we had a big rally out there to promote women's health, because they're trying to take away, obviously the Mormons are trying to take away women's reproductive rights. So we were there and we went out in front of the Capitol and we protested, and it was pretty okay. There was only a handful of anti-protesters that came, and I think there was only like one kind of argument that happened. So it was pretty peaceful the whole time. And so yes, thank you for putting those links, Mango. That's great for people out there to know if they don't know where to go, which is another horrible thing. And when we used to put on events, the raves we put on in California, and when we put on the goth industrial nights and fetish nights here, we usually have a booth with condoms and somebody to talk about like sexual health care, like what type of condom to use if you're going to have sex between without needing spermicidal lubricant, and which condoms to use, and then what's the right lubricant. And that's why the other day Cookie went over, we were going over lubricants for anal sex, and then also condoms and which ones to use and whatnot. And next Tuesday she will be going over all condom usage, and we're going to talk about how to properly put on a condom, and then other contraceptives, because there are, what are the things called that the ladies put inside them, and it's like a little cup, well, that and a diaphragm.
The sponge.
Yeah, so we'll be going over the different methods, and then there's the spray you can use as well, that is a contraceptive. So there's a handful of things that we'll be going over as well on Cookie will be going over that on Tuesday, so look out for that. It will be the butt stuff condom stream.
Oh yeah, and Cookie is an absolute fucking riot. You guys will love her.
Absolutely.
If anyone hasn't met Cookie yet, that is.
Cookie's the best. And
I know.
Just everyone remember, please, that if you are using condoms, the standard use success rate of condoms is 58%. Make sure that everyone is protected. Make sure that women are using what they need to use, as well as the men, because, that is not a very good number.
You need to replace them. Actually, the condom is meant to only last an estimated time. I think it's 20 minutes or something. And if you're one of those people that likes to start and stop and swap about, so sex, then changing to oral sex again, you need to actually change the condom each time, because it will affect the durability of the latex. Condoms aren't safe to be used if they've been in heat, so don't keep a condom in your wallet. It will tear.
Yep.
Come on, don't leave them in the car, things like that, and check expiration dates, because they do actually they do expire.
And one more thing that is a misconception that I still am hearing, that I heard as a teenager, is I'll be more protected if I wear multiple condoms. No. Only wear one at a time, because multiple condoms will rub against each other and actually break themselves. So the friction between them will cause that to break. So don't use multiple condoms. That doesn't make it safer.
It doesn't.
No. I did not know that was a bloody room around.
That's what everybody would say, like when you would go to Tijuana. It's like, yeah, put 3 condoms on, you won't get whatever from the prostitute. And it's like, no, that's not how this works. You can't extra wrap it up. Just so yeah. And I still hear that every once in a while. Somebody will say, oh, I'll put 3 on. It's like, no, they don't work that.
Well, why would the companies not just make thicker condoms if it was that simple?
Exactly.
Like, come on, have you seen how much water those condoms can take?
They can take a beating. We've actually filled them up and bashed each other across the face with them, and they still don't break after a hot minute. 1 out of like 10 or a couple out of 10 will break because they're defective. So yeah, they're, like you were saying, Mango, 57% or 50%. So, and we found that out by filling up like a crap ton of them and throwing at each other, that a handful of them out of 2 handfuls will break.
Yeah. And just like I said earlier, to never take any sort of sex advice from Lizard, because he's a whole dumb. Don't take any from Quasi Monkey either, please. Stop it.
And what's really funny about what Lizard said, I actually have firsthand proof that water sex does not do what he said. I got her pregnant in a jacuzzi. So
everyone knows that a woman can't get in a jacuzzi with a man because it just makes baby batter soup.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. Yeah. We're not allowed unless our husbands say so.
Yeah, exactly. And women don't go in a jacuzzi or the swimming pool on your period, because all the sperm are attracted to the smell of blood, like sharks, right?
I knew it. Sperm shark. I love that. I can imagine just this little sperm with little like jaws, little, like, yeah, and fighting its way and it just goes inside, Oh, geez.
Lizard, we're not going to you for advice. Oh my God, stop it. Nothing you say will make us change our minds on this. No advice from you. Bad.
It happened somehow. I don't know. I mean, so I wouldn't go with that. Although I don't know if a condom would have worked. I don't think I've ever worn a condom underwater. I don't know if that actually, I'm sure it would work. I guess it would, as long as no water got
I mean,
I guess.
Just put the condom on out of the water and then you can go down.
Okay,
but also be careful with temperature, chemicals, things like that. Like if you've got in a bath, no soap or things like that. And then it's in water, so it will affect it. You can tell the difference in the way it feels.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't ever really recommend it.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Just because like it gets that weird, very the lubricant disappears and it gets this very like like not even like normal latex, but like that really cheap, like where your hand like sticks, like
yeah,
where it's so like textured and you're like, it doesn't feel nice at all.
Yeah,
Lizard, if you can't spell penis, you can't give advice.
Yeah. And please go and get a quality condom. I mean, I know if you're in a pinch and you have to get the one out of the vending machine out of the bathroom, I guess, but like really go and get a quality name brand.
Yeah.
Like that's a big difference as well.
It is cheaper to buy the expensive condoms than it is to get a STI STD test, medications if you catch something, a pregnancy or an abortion. Just get the more expensive condoms. Don't risk it. Wait the extra 10 minutes if you're getting down and then you find out you've not got any. Just leg it to the nearest shop to get some. Don't risk it. Don't. And only have sex with like a partner once you have had a STI check, each of you, and you are on contraceptives and the correct amount of time on them. Make sure you do it all properly, mate. It isn't worth the risk. Accidents happen and that is fine.
Yeah.
But don't just risk it and put caution to the wind, because as we know, especially in America, like you don't want to risk it with the way it's going, because you don't know if your state will let you get to the abortion clinic in time. The amount of hoops you have to jump through, and sometimes there is a dickhead that's like, oh no, I can't see you today, you have to come back tomorrow. Oh, oops, you're past the point of no return now, we can't do anything, sorry. Don't risk it. Don't risk your safety and well-being on those dickheads. You can do it. I believe in you.
Hello, Realize TV.
Hello.
I was gonna say, starting fires at the Taco Bell.
Now apparently, we're starting fires in the bathtub with the friction.
Fires in the bathtub. Bathtub fires are my favorite.
Don't you want to know how we keep starting fires? It's my desire.
I love that song. Oh, that song is so funny.
Hang on.
If you've never heard of Electric Six, go ahead and look up that band. There's two. There's the Gay Bar, and then there is I don't even remember the name of the song. There's something about starting fires, or no, Panic in the Disco. I don't remember the name of it. I know somebody in the side chat will remember.
Someone in the side chat probably will, because I don't, but I remember the Gay Bar song because it's so catchy.
I love it so much. And it's so funny to play it for somebody who isn't comfortable with gay bars. So, you play it for the friend who's like not as open as they should be completely. And you're like, I will take you to a gay bar, and they're like, it's like, no, come on, let's go to the gay bar.
I've got something to put in you. I've got something to put in you. At the gay bar. Let's start a war. Start a nuclear war at the gay bar, gay bar, gay bar. Sorry. I love those songs. They're hilarious. And just the music video of Don't You Want to Know How We Keep Starting Fires, where they have like
high voltage.
High voltage on, like they've got lights on their tits, and the woman's got lights on her tits and on her pussy, and then the guy's got it on his dick, and they're on like the back of a moose or something, and it's like the lights are just lighting up.
And the awkward kiss in that music video is fucking hilarious, dude.
The fact that they look like they're siblings as well.
Or it looks like his aunt almost. I mean, it looks like it looks like they're in an awkward relationship. It's so funny.
Totally looks like they're related.
Anyways, Martinella just like woke up like half an hour ago.
Hi.
Nice. You got a story to tell there, Realize?
I woke up.
Oh man. Well, see, we're talking, abortions, contraception, things of that nature.
Oh yeah, I did say on my show last night that well, actually two things. It's Christian women tend to be the highest getters of abortions.
Actually, that is factually not true. Christian women are not the highest. The highest amount of people that get abortions are women in their late 20s who are already parents, who are single, not necessarily religiously associated. Evangelicals only make up roughly 9% of women that get abortions.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I got that mixed up. And I do remember learning that school districts that have only only sex ed tend to have higher rates of teen pregnancies.
Well, that don't have sex ed.
Well, I know that the kinkiest person I had sex with was a pastor's daughter. So I know they usually have the kinkier sex.
No, I know, like, my sex ed at school was quite factual for the most part. We learned about STIs, things like that, and we did this little, like, test thing, right? So we each had a little shot glass with a starch solution in it, and one person had a different chemical in it as well. And the idea was you gives the someone a handshake if nothing happens. You do a clink if you have protected sex, and if you have unprotected sex, you pour a bit of the juices from each other's cups, and then at the end of the exercise they would put a detector liquid in the shot glasses, and if you'd caught an STI, it would turn black. And it was to show how quickly it could. And even if you'd just clinked glasses, liquids could have gotten in. Things like that. So it was to show how quickly and easily you could catch an STI even with protected sex. And that was like really informative, things like that. But we weren't taught consent. We were taught everything else but not consent. So I knew the physical mechanics of sex. I knew protection, all that sort. That's it. So I had no idea that a big part of sex was to want it. And I was in a relationship with someone for 8 months. For 5 months of that, we were having just what I thought was sex. Because I had no idea that when you have sex, you're meant to actually want it.
Spam bot.
Mm-hmm.
And like, that is why consent is like so fucking important.
Well,
because of a situation like that.
Yes.
Like,
it's amazing how when we in the fetish scene we do a thing called a munch, and what it is it's usually for people between 20-ish to 25 or 18 to 25. It's the young kids. I don't go to them anymore because I'm 40 now. I'm too old. But what these were meant to do is bring in newbies into the fetish scene and try to walk them through and make it safe for them to find a dom, to be a sub, all this. The thing that was the craziest to me is how nobody understood consent properly, or most of people that are 18 don't understand consent. It's like, oh, you know, this is what consent means, or when you're in these type of relationships, this is, you know, when you can always say no, and this is how to, or make sure that you're not being pushed into an uncomfortable situation. Like, one of the things that bugged me the most about when I began going to fetish events is the male doms, and this is old school, how doms were. We've changed the scene a lot, at least in Denver and Colorado, is they would have these girls sitting at their feet bowing the whole time. And the only time they were allowed to get up is to kiss another man's boots that they were given permission to do. And there was a handful of times that we went up to these people and, you know, kind of on the side was like, is this what you want? Is this the kind of relationship? You know, you don't have to be in this relationship. And there was 2 girls at least, hold on, that we got out of that relationship.
Wow.
Yes, quasi monkey. Consent is always sexy.
Mm-hmm.
It's the sexiest thing that you can probably do is get consent.
Agreed.
Like, not even joking. My now ex, when we first became intimate, we were making out, and then we went to progress on to something else. He went to like go like finger me, and he moved his hand down and was like, can I? Like, actually stopped and asked if he could progress things further. I never had someone outright actually ask, and I was like really shocked. I'm like, oh my god, like it was such an alien thing to me, because most of the guys I've been with had waited to be told no, as opposed to ask yes.
Well,
and I found that
it's
so
usually
amazing.
verbal. Like in sexy situations, like face to face, you and this person are about to go at it. It's going to be verbal, and someone can revoke that consent verbally at any time.
I mean, unless they
no,
have
I am
a
not comfortable.
consent.
Written consent usually is like for certain situations. You know, like I mean,
BDSM?
like parties, certain scenes, certain groups, porn. But again, even with written consent, you can still revoke that consent at any time. And if someone does not allow you to revoke that consent, then they're an abuser, they're a rapist, and you should punch them in the throat in Minecraft.
Yeah, light them on fire.
Punch them in the throat in Minecraft.
Feed into the Ender Dragon.
Yes, physical consent. That quasi. Stop it. Oh, welcome back, Slim.
Sorry about that. The new modem they sent us for at work, whenever the phone rings, it kicks me off my Wi-Fi. I don't know why, and I'm gonna have to talk to them about that because it's not fun. So if I drop out,
I've had something like that.
Yeah,
is it DSL?
I believe so. Yeah.
Who's got the echo?
Oh, hold on, I'll fix.
Huh.
Okay, I thought I'd accidentally opened a window for a second. I was so confused.
Squee.
No, it happens on my phone. I just have to click a couple things and it fixes it.
I got you. I was just confused for a second. I didn't know if like someone had unplugged their headphones or something.
If it's an echo, it's usually me. But teaching people consent, is a major thing that we do when we put on these events. When we put on fetish events, we usually have a booth that we can help walk people through the process, or we have demonstrations going on, and then we let people know that if they would like to talk to the dom or the sub or the people involved in the scene, you can definitely come up and ask them proper questions. We're like, please don't be a punk about it, but you can go up and talk and ask, where's the safe places and safe ways to find out how to play in those ways, especially ways that seem like they're not consent play. You definitely have to be with a partner that you understand multiple ways to stop a scene. People assume that you just need a safe word, but really you need multiple ways. Like if you're ball gagged and you're tied up, how can you say your safe word? So you have to have other ways to be able to say, ouch, that hurts, soft stop or hard stop, like I can't take anymore. I really can't take anymore. We need to stop. Or we call it SDS, same damn spot. So when you're paddling somebody, you're trying to not do that. You're trying to not cause sometimes you want to cause a bruising mark, but normally you want to move where you're hitting. You don't want to hit in the same spot constantly. So if you are like saying you're riding cropping someone's booty, you're going to want to go around in different spots, not just keep at the same angle, at the same spot. You're going to want to go around and make it so it's all nice, bright and red and warm, but you don't want it to be like just one little line, because I've gotten told that bunches of times, SDS, and I'm like, oh, sorry, I'll move to another section, So there's more than just consent, and there's different ways to consent. And then also during sexual acts, you can say no at any time. Just because you started having sexual relations doesn't mean you have to go through to the end of whatever. So if you're feeling uncomfortable, please tell the other person.
Yeah. And if they're like, oh, but baby, please, I'm so close.
Does not matter.
You go, and I'm so close to calling the police.
And just say, you can go and wank it off.
They can jerk it out the rest of the way. That's cool. Just, let's not turn it
not an acceptable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
A no is a no. A no is a hard no. And anyone
they're not gonna die.
Anyone that pushes their partner in that way, that keeps poking at them like, oh, we should do this. No. Well, they keep poking, they keep pestering until you finally say, fine, fuck it, yes, let's just get it over with. That is not consent.
Yeah.
Pestering you. Can we have sex? Can we have sex? Can we have sex? The whole joke of like 199 no's and one yes is a yes. No. And also,
all of those no's are a no.
If they bully you, if they make it so they are hostile until you consent, then that is also rape. You can't have it where they will treat you like absolute shit until you say yes, and then say, well, that's not rape. That is still rape. Using other people, using your children, pets as leverage is rape.
Quasi, once again, you are not qualified to give any advice. Stop it.
No.
You're starting bathtub fires, and no.
Oh yeah, I do have a bit of a morbid fact for you all. Yeah, basically, I learned that your liver can rupture from one hit if you get hit hard enough.
Yeah.
So can your kidney and spleen.
They're very sensitive, and in a very sensitive area. Which is why things like UFC are so dangerous if you aren't properly trained. But yes, nonverbal consent is very much a thing, and nonverbal consent can also be revoked at any time. I assume that this has to do with our dear friend Gary not understanding what the "come fuck me now" look is. And
Okay.
how usually that look does translate into some form of verbal consent once you go to do the act, but there is that nonverbal, yes, you can do this with me. Let's go.
Yeah.
Pay attention to the woman's body language. A woman can be all up for it and then something can change. Like, you're down and dirty watching a movie, right? Everything's great. Then suddenly in the movie there just happens to be a scene of a sexual assault. That triggers them and suddenly they don't want to do it. You should be able to see they don't want to with their body language. Suddenly they're less energetic. They're more guarded. They're turning away. Things like that. Like, we can look at body language and tell, and you are capable of doing it. Just a lot of people choose not to. And I say people, not men, because women do it too. Women can most definitely rape men too.
Absolutely.
I am not about that life. Men, you have the right to say fucking no to. Just because you have an erection doesn't mean she gets to jump on it.
Yes. And I guess one thing also that I want to add for this nonverbal consent is we were at a rave one time and there was a gentleman who was aggressively like dry humping this lady, and she was looking around like scared, and this dude had like 3 friends around him like kind of protecting him, and I went up and I whispered in her ear, I said, "Is this dude bugging you?" Because she looked scared. And she said yes. And so I grabbed homie and I pushed him away and I said, "Bro, you didn't even ask her if you could like dry hump her. You need to get away." And his 3 friends ran up and were trying to like fight me. And I'm like, "I don't care, dude. I'm not going to let this happen in front of me because you guys think you're badasses. Nah, dude." And then I went up to her again and I said, "You didn't know him, right?" Or, I made sure I did something correct. And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "If he comes back up, freaking find me," you know what I'm saying? Don't let him. And so me and my girlfriend at the time stayed around her for a while and made sure he didn't come back. I think once he tried coming back, but I think I got in between him, and then he was like, "Oh," and then I think his friends pulled him away or something. But remember, like, if you're dancing with somebody, make sure that they want to be, I understand when you're in a rave and it's loud, it's kind of hard to talk, but at least ask the person their name before you dry hump them.
Yeah.
Make sure that you like talk to, so that's the only.
And also, just because a girl is dancing with you, grind like maybe even like butt to your groin, that doesn't mean you get to touch other places.
Exactly. If once again, that's when you need to start asking questions. Can I put my hand on you? Can I hold you? Would you like, my name is blah blah blah, would you like to dance? This is where you should start the conversation of getting to know the person, or again, consent, because you need to not grab people. When I walk through when I walk through the fetish clubs, sometimes because I'm a male and I'm wearing no clothes, I get groped constantly, and I turn around and I'm like, "Did you ask?" I know that like I look like I'm up for you to touch me because I'm wearing no clothes in a fetish club, but you don't know me. I didn't give you consent to grab my butt or to like, grab my junk. Like middle-aged women all the time when we're in the gay clubs or we're in the clubs will come up and just start groping me. And I'm like, "I don't know you, lady. What the heck are you doing? Just because you assume you just assume,
Yeah. And it's very easy for them to make those assumptions because they likely have never been in a situation where they discussed consent, because it's something that's not taught. It's something that's not covered.
There is this very weird thing. So a viral video went around where there was the grabbing by the pussy thing, and people were like, "Well, how would you like it?" A woman went around and grabbed men by the dick.
Yeah.
For this viral video. It did go viral, but you know what I mean? Like it actually happened. Yeah. And none of the men apparently cared. They're all like, "Oh, hi." Apparently no man cared that a woman went up and just like grabbed him by the dick.
Yeah.
Well, also likely
women are like,
was
oh,
one
but
of
men
those.
like it. Why would they not want it? Of course, all men are going to love me touching their penis.
Yeah, but that's not the point, because the other thing is I don't really mind when people grab me when I'm in those situations, but I have to let them know I did not consent to this. It isn't actually all right, even though I do like it. But if I don't know you, I have to say, you didn't ask, sorry. Like that's how the rules work. If I can't go and grab other people, you can't go and grab me. So I have to bring it up. I do like it though, but it's not right if I don't know the person.
And yes, you are absolutely right, Ape. That very much is physical nonverbal consent, which also, please everyone keep in mind that all of it can be retracted at any time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please understand that if your partner, man, woman, non-binary, whatever, says no or stop or quit, and you know it's not a usual playful, oh, stop it, then stop. And
yeah, definitely.
Quit.
Because you can always go rub one out or go wank one off in another room, or take care of yourself somewhere else if you need to. I believe, I don't remember where it is. I want to say the Netherlands, but I could be wrong. At festivals, they have wanking tents. So they have these tent booth things that you can go in and you can pay money to watch a porno and to jerk off, and then you get to relieve yourself. So you're at an event, you're getting horny, you see all these beautiful people, instead of going and not making somebody's time fun, you can just go rub one out really quick in these little booths. And they say that the R word happens 20% less or something. I mean, there's a noticeable rate of people not being molested and touched and felt up, and also the R word. So things like that we need more of, because why not? You should have a place, especially for males. If people don't know how to handle their emotions, sexual emotions, they are going to have a problem. Like if they're on drugs or, all hyped up, they see all these half naked, beautiful people, you're going to get aroused. And if you don't know how to properly take care of that, then, so I hope we see more things kind of like that. I don't know what the proper process for that is, but that's a great test. It's a great way to try to take care of that problem.
Yeah. It's a great starting point to addressing a bigger issue.
Exactly. Yeah. Until we actually are able to teach consent at an earlier age with contraceptive education, then hopefully that should go away. Because once a person realizes what trying to push when somebody's non-consenting actually means, and how damaging it is to somebody's psyche and their being, because they weren't listened to or they were pushed upon, like, it's very mentally taxing. I've been the R word multiple different times in situations I couldn't get out of. So that, I went through that, not feeling like I could get out of the situation or leave, or I actually had a gun pointed at my head at one point in time during one of them, which is really hard to be in the act of while somebody's pointing a gun at your head. But yeah. So consent is very important.
Consent is key, and people that ignore it, that willingly ignore the thoughts of another human being, the wants and needs of another human being, it's disgusting.
Definitely. Yeah. There are enough people out there who want it that you should go and try to find that appropriate relationship to have those kind of encounters with consenting people, There's a million people out there, and everybody's into everything. It's Rule 34, I think. If it exists in the zeitgeist, then there's porn about it. Same thing with fetishes. If you're into some weird thing, you can find somebody who's into it just as much as you, and then you can even play non-consent role-playing stuff if you really, really want. You can always find that relationship of somebody who's into that kind of scene.
Yes, that is something that is still very much taught in religious circles. That is a common issue with people like the Duggars, who tell you that, you can only achieve godliness when your quiver is full. When you have so many children, you must always be readily available for your husband, unless it's within certain timelines after you have a baby or while breastfeeding. But
as in Catholicism during your period too.
Yes,
but
that as well.
Outside that,
yes, you are supposed to be readily available at all times, according to certain religious groups. And
also remember to note another thing too. Matt Walsh. There's an episode of him out there somewhere where he just raged at a book teaching children the concept of consent and not wanting to be touched, and Matt Walsh had a huge problem with it, and then of course he's saying, Canada is criminalizing biology because you can't take LGBT youth and basically shock them.
Oh God!
Big stuff tell, Matt. You goddamn fruit ball.
Well,
my daughter. Sorry.
He just came out with a video saying that arranged marriages are a wonderful thing for single people because they don't have to freak out about so many options in people. If somebody just gives you a partner, then you got it solved.
Except you don't, because you don't know anything about this person. You don't build up that emotional connection with them, which can help translate into, a good sexual relationship. Like all of those connections are key. They are important. It's baffling. And yes, PT Ham, it is absolutely disgusting. All of it is really. Yeah, you do, Quasi Monkey. You need to know your partner in certain ways in order for things to work out well.
Uh-huh.
Come on.
Just remember, Quasi Monkey is a really sarcastic.
Oh, I know.
They are all the sarcastic.
All the sarcasm.
But you don't need to know your wife.
No, you just need to start some bathtub fires and wear 50 condoms all at once, because that lasts.
Got to show her the
What's a bathtub fire?
Got to fill her with the Holy Spirit and set that bush on fire.
What? You light what on fire?
Use the Holy Spirit and rub your stick and set her bush on fire.
Oh.
Essentially brainless, yes. The vast majority of arranged marriages are like that. However, there are certain families within religions that do arranged marriages that actually focus on the wants and needs of their children when they arrange it. There are people that look at close family friends that they've grown up with, that they have known their whole life, and arrange a marriage that way. So it's really dependent on certain factors. So you can't call all of them selling daughters into slavery, but it is the case for some. There's nuance there.
But that's still a yikes.
Yes, it is. But we also have to remember that there is nuance. And we can't. We can disparage the ones that we know are bad. We can disparage the people that don't focus on their children's wants and needs and arrange these marriages that are financially beneficial for the parents rather than lifelong beneficial for the children.
That happened with my sister. Randomly. So my sister was dating a guy from not Romania. How has it gone from my brain?
Oh. Right.
I can't remember what country he was from now.
I'm feeling some dead air.
But yeah, they were going out. They've been going out for years, 5-6 years. They were engaged. And then the family said that you have to marry this girl. This is an arranged marriage. You have to marry her. She'd been sent to live in England. They'd actually set up a house, things like that. And they were like, marry her or else. And like, this family is rich. Their other family were rich, and there may or may not have been gang ties to the two families marrying, and it was a thing, so they had to marry. And Albania, he was from Albania, and they were both Muslim. Obviously my sister's not. She met the family, she'd gone over to visit them and stay at their house, all that sort of stuff. And still they were like, he has to marry this other woman. It's been arranged marriage. It's happening. Fuck you. Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the arranged marriages still happen to this day. And like, this guy and my sister are still in love. They still talk to each other every day, but they're not together because of the arranged marriage. Like, he can't leave her, but my sister won't be his mistress. She refuses to be his mistress, even though, in my opinion, it's an arranged marriage. They don't love each other. They don't care about each other. They just have to put up with each other. Now, this guy is a good man. He would never hurt this woman. He would never disrespect her or anything, but he just doesn't love her. He has no care for her. She is just a woman that exists in his life. And that's difficult because they have kids now. Because she wanted kids, so he gave her kids.
Oh yeah, I just remembered.
It's so convoluted. It's not easy, and it's not just simple, clear cut, like as if it's the woman that always gets a short end of the stick, and the man is like just rubbing his hands together, like, ha ha ha, I get a woman, and she's stuck with me, and I don't have to worry. Like, it's not always like that. Both of them are forced into it often, and if they don't do it, they're fucked. Like, some are ostracized, some are killed. Like, honor killings still happen, and not just in third world countries or like the non-Western world countries. Like, they happen in England, they happen in America. They're still a thing.
Yes, carnivorous ape, you can still disparage Jill for buying his wife.
He bought a wife?
He bought his wife.
Wait, who? Again?
Yikes, Jesus is Lord.
Yep. He bought his wife, very much so. He admitted that he bought his wife.
Wow.
So,
is this one of the Geek Room locales we're talking about?
No.
Who then?
He's one of G-Man's favorite people. And Ethel, and he's within that circle of idiots. But yes, he bought his wife.
Okay. Also, have any of you been checking on the ham bone of patriarchy?
Who?
No, who is that?
the Lord of Patriarchy, Dave.
Oh, no.
Oh,
We look at his
No.
bad cooking because it's
he doesn't
bad.
like me.
Oh, that Dave. Okay.
He really doesn't like me.
Oh, is it because you grabbed one of his streams and then you gave it to me?
No, it's
No.
because she shit talked his burgers within good reason, and he does not
Yeah.
like when women have opinion.
All I said was that it seemed like his burger was undercooked because it did. He
Yep.
didn't mention that it had to be of a certain temperature till he was defending his burger. He didn't say about what the quality of the meat should be, nothing like that. Just showed it like that's normal. And I maintain if you're doing a cooking show, these aren't things that you can just assume that the viewer knows. Not every viewer would know that burger meat cannot be pink, generally speaking, unless it's over a certain temperature or very, very fresh meat, like you have just ground it because of the bacteria, because the bacteria that grows on the outside of a meat is not the same that is inside the meat because it's sealed and separated. So once you use a meat grinder to grind it, the bacteria is moved around. So that's why you can have a steak blue, but you can't have a burger blue because of the bacteria. The outside is seared off, it's killed, it's fine. But when it's ground up, it's all mixed together. So all the bacteria is mushed in. So it's very different rules. You can't assume people know this. And he didn't say anything like this. And I pointed it out and he called me the blue-haired British bitch.
Damn, I'm sorry.
Oh, I loved it. I was laughing my ass off. I know. This camera doesn't do it justice. It is like neon green.
Yeah, it shows up as a teal color on your camera.
Yeah, like it's that color in real life.
Green? Huh.
Yeah, it's green.
Yeah, I'm getting a new camera, and thanks to Triggered Limey, I can buy it because they gave me a fat donation today, and I can actually buy myself the nice camera that I want. I know, I'm so happy. It was amazing.
All right, do you have any Poundland candies?
No. No. Wait. No, I don't. I normally do, but I don't today. Why?
Oh my gosh.
Spam bots again.
Yes, for some reason, you guys all get the Russian ones that just post the random numbers, but I get people trying to do porn stuff.
Oh no, they are porn as well. The Russian ones are porn.
Yeah, but
you get the English ones.
Yeah, and I don't know why. Why? Go away. And
leave me alone.
Glober Mom, you were absolutely right that men have exploited God for their own means.
Oh yeah.
And to control people, especially women. And the problem is these women that are being controlled choose to take what they are told and taught and push it on to even more.
Yeah, because they got brainwashed into thinking it's right, and then it gets propagated, it's horrible.
And then they become brain dead commentators like Laura Ingraham and Dana Loesch.
Hey, all my sister wives all agreed to. Never mind.
We'll talk about the sister wives later.
Yeah, exactly.
Quasi Monkey, yes, everyone wants donations. If anyone wants to donate to me, my cash tag is Baby Killer Mango. But if you don't want to donate to me, which I completely understand because I'm just some random bitch on the internet, then you can go down into the description and donate to the Satanic Temple Reproductive Rights Legal Aid Fund. Help other people with uteruses get the health services that they need.
Thanks, Satan.
I have a Baphomet necklace thing I make, so that's a Baphomet.
That was pronounced cool. Baphomet.
And then I also make upside down crosses. Hold on. I also make these upside down crosses.
Oh yeah, it crosses St. Peter with 666 in the pentagram.
Yep. And then they're pins. So you can pin them to your leather jacket when you go out to the punk nights and the metal shows, you know.
Sick.
Yes, Glober Mom, it is absolutely hypocritical. And what they don't seem to understand is that you can love God, you can be gung ho Jesus yay, while still loving and accepting others that don't fit the mold of being a Christian. You can love and accept anyone in the LGBTQIA plus community. You can support those that have fallen on hard times. You can support those that are battling with their addictions. You can do all of these things and still love God. But it's something that they don't want to talk about because it's
God,
not
no.
their mold.
Yeah.
It's not what they think Christianity should be, and anyone that doesn't fall into their way of thinking is wrong. They obviously don't love God. God doesn't love them. It's
Oh yeah.
an unfair thing.
Oh yeah. The Puritans. Puritans, they're all like, yeah, we're good, God-loving people, and then goes and pillages and does some other disturbing things to the Native Americans and the Cavaliers.
But God told us that was okay.
Well, yeah. God tells us a lot of things are okay, like, forcing miscarriage upon women. Oh, wait, that's abortion. They don't want to talk about that.
Of course they don't.
Yes, the Bible is pro-abortion.
Should we talk about, all of the people that were killed in various battles and wars, especially innocent children? No, that doesn't fit there. Okay, that's not their narrative. Got it.
Yeah, and they also don't read the New Testament.
Well, it's actually more so that a lot of their stuff is based on the New Testament. They don't dive into the Old Testament because the Old Testament is very much full of a vengeful, hateful, I will tear down your entire fucking life wrath of God. While the New Testament is, oh, Jesus, oh, this is what he does. This is why he's great. This is why he died. Good stuff. It's the heartwarming stuff. It's the stuff that they want to preach.
Mm-hmm.
While still condemning everyone to hell because, we don't fit their lifestyles.
All right. How about they all condemn these nuts?
Ooh, that
Also,
one's really fucking cool.
Slim.
Holy shit. I like that one.
It's my pumpkin head, my evil pumpkin head.
I love that evil pumpkin head.
Oh, yeah, Slim.
That's so fucking cool.
Have you ever heard of the Assassin's Teapot?
No, I have not. Oh, yes, I have. I was gonna do that as a video for Crazy Shite. I have one saved on how it works. So yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that one.
Recommended to me by Stephen Bold, and he also did the glug jug.
I hadn't heard of that.
Never heard of the glug jug?
No.
Yeah, it basically has another chamber inside of it where, as you pour it, kind of makes that glug 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 as you pour the liquid out.
Nice. Yeah. So you want to describe what the Assassin's Teapot is?
I just keep seeing this thumbnail, but I haven't watched it yet. But it looks like it's a 2-chamber teapot where you pour one thing out of it, you put it back, and then you pour a different thing out.
So I think what it is it has 2 chambers, and if you barely pour it, the regular liquid comes out. But then if you pour it more, the second chamber will funnel out. So it just matters on how you angle it to if the poison comes out or not. So then you can serve multiple people, not the poison, until you get to the person you're trying to poison, and then you pour it a little bit differently, and then we'll be going over that maybe Monday.
Do you like analog horror, Slim?
Analog horror?
Yeah.
What's that?
It is basically horror based on like analog video formats such as VHS.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
Just look up on YouTube Baddington.
Okay.
You'll find some pretty disturbing things.
Nice.
It's the toy maker. Oh yeah, Vila. What is that alien? What is that alien plant you have in the background? Your mic's muted.
What? That one?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure. It's like a winter plant normally. Can't remember what it's called. You've got the label in there. No. Is it on that?
Has it bloomed yet?
It's fine, bud.
No, but I'm just saying, has it bloomed
Yeah,
yet?
it's bloomed and the flower's gone already. Remember?
How's the flower already?
What does the bloom look like when it was there?
Is it almost...
Sorry, one sec. What?
If anybody in the side chat has any questions about safe sex or consent or even toys or anything like that, ask us and we will try to answer those for you. I worked in a porn store for a year, and besides being in the fetish scene a bunch and working in fetish dungeons, so I have a little bit of knowledge. That's why we did the cookie thing where we were going over toys and stuff like that, because I feel like people need a little bit more education and even just getting themselves off.
And I help provide resources to those that may not know where to go for certain things, such as birth control, testing, abortion services, which is why all of the links that are in the description are there, so that you can find the clinics that you need for whatever services you may have. Like, it's super important that everyone knows where they can go. And see, Glober Mom got her birth control from Planned Parenthood when she was 17. And there actually is a federal law that states that 16 is the youngest you can be unless you were considered a mature minor to get put on birth control. However, state laws restrict that. If a state decides, oh, you have to be 17 to be put on birth control, or our doctors can decide that you can't get birth control because of their own religious convictions or morals, then you're not going to be able to get it unless you find a federally funded Title X clinic, which really fucking sucks.
Yes. When I was a teenager, me and one of my friends, we went to Planned Parenthood together. So me and another male gentleman, and they were like, do you guys want to get the information together or apart? And we were like, together. So they brought us in, and the doctor totally thought we were a couple. Was like, so how long have you been together? And we looked at each other like, oh crap, we didn't even think about that. Two dudes coming here to get condoms. So we had to
at least they
politely
weren't judging you or anything.
Yeah.
It was nice that he was like, so what can we help you with today? How long, and we were like, oh no, we're just teenager boys that want condoms for free. So, we walked out of there so embarrassed. We were all bright red because we didn't even think about that.
Oh. I was about to say those quote for a minute. Also, hi, Anners.
Hi, Anna Banana. And I think it is. I don't know about everyone else's opinion, but yes. Yeah.
I think we're getting information out there, and also laughing at the silliness of that organization that we're talking about, or the two ladies, because I can't believe what people are pushing or what they're convincing other people of. It's like, how do you people not? It feels like I live on in another universe sometimes when I hear this. I'm like, wait, on this planet, people are convinced. Like when I first heard about flat Earth, I'm like, wait, what? There's really people who honestly, I'm like, huh? And so then I started looking into it, and luckily I found the community of conspiracy debunkers, and I've gotten into all kinds of weird, crazy, the donut Earth, the concave Earth, the hollow Earth. I mean, it's like, I can't believe people are this gullible, because obviously it's trolls that are getting these people to believe this. You know, the people who make all the memes for the conspiracies, they're usually just trolling or making money in the background somehow, you know? So it's the gullible people that get caught up in it.
Yeah.
And you've also, when it comes to people like Girl Defined Ministries and what they do, you have these parents that don't know how to approach topics like sex. They don't know how to approach various topics that they have covered in like their blogs and their books, like with modesty and making sure that you stay godly. They don't know how to have these conversations, so they pay people like Girl Defined to teach their daughters the misinformation, to teach them the fear, and it's insanity. Like in the last stream, so many people just didn't understand, like, this is the type of thing that they're pushing. And this is just the purity culture aspect of it. And there's more. Like,
yeah. It's like they don't know what they want, but they know what they don't fucking want. So I don't want you to teach them anything factual, but I'm not willing to have that awkward conversation with them. And I don't know fuck all about it, but I'm not going to let the teachers that do know actually teach. Instead, I'm going to pay someone else to do it.
Yeah. Purity for thee, but not for me. Because obviously, I do know for a fact that Christian people cheat a lot.
Well, they don't necessarily cheat a lot on like partners and stuff. Kristen has been married to her husband since 2011. They've been going strong. They recently adopted 2 kids from Ukraine because that's where her little sister now lives with her partner, and she's pregnant. It's a whole thing, you know. Can't adopt any babies in the U.S., but you can go out to Ukraine and do that whole thing. Yep.
Yeah, because they probably wouldn't pass the abortion. They probably wouldn't pass actual tests to get approved to adopt in the US.
Oh yeah. Also, you know, they run the risk of not getting white babies. Because people like that are absolutely 100% fucking racist, and we all know it.
You can't say to the adoption agency, "I don't want a black one."
Especially when they're looking at like older kids to adopt, and in the U.S. system, people of color are more likely to have their children taken away even without cause. Like, they can just decide, oh, I think you're doing this. I think this is what it is. So we will take your children. We will put you through all of these different things that you have to do to get your children back with an unfair timeline. And then they can't get their kids back, and their kids get put into an adoption system, and it's terrible. Like, people of color
Von Helton had
so
13 chances.
Yeah, people like Von Helton get 13 chances, but people of color do not get nearly as many. People of color do not get the opportunity to improve certain situations that sometimes aren't even their own fault. They do not get the opportunity to have their voices be heard and have another bit of systemic racism completely knocked out because, oh, hey, you must be doing something wrong, so we're going to take your kids and give you like 3 weeks to change all of this shit that other people get like months to change. Have fun. It's unfair. It's unjust. And the fact that they can skirt around these things by going to Ukraine to adopt older children to fit their happy family lifestyle, it's baffling.
It is baffling.
Yes, they do have to make it sound horrible to make it evil. And the reality is, it's not a horrible thing. It isn't. I mean, there are certain.
As far as I'm aware, Like, as far as I'm aware, I am eligible for like late term abortion. So I'd be able, if I got pregnant, I'd be able to have an abortion like at the latest date that is legally allowed because of all my medical stuff.
Yes, and for that would be for any person that is allowed to have a later in pregnancy abortion, that is 23 weeks, 6 days, because at 24 weeks, brain activity starts and that fetus is viable. That is when it becomes a baby. And that is such a far cry different from what they try and say.
Yeah, they try and make it sound like if the baby, like it's at 8 months or something like that, that it's at the stage where you've chosen to kill it instead of just have it cut out your body and put into the NICU. Which, if that was what was what they wanted, then why would that not be the thing that's done? What would be the point in killing it? It makes no sense. Logically, it just doesn't track.
And it's also highly illegal. The only time that you would see, like, okay, one of the Duggar children, Joy Anna, she had to have what is technically considered a late in pregnancy abortion. Like, she had to. Reason being, they went for a 24, 25 week ultrasound and checkup, and there was no function at all. Her baby had passed. That baby was very much wanted. That baby was very much loved. And she had to have an emergency removal because the baby had died. But there are people that believe the same types of things that she does, that believe the same types of things that Girl Defined do, that would say that she couldn't do that. They would want her to continue to carry until term. Even though...
Which is deadly in some cases, because it can start rotting inside you.
Yes. And they don't understand that these things, when they happen, are so rare. And they are done for a reason. It's not some willy-nilly, I decided this morning I don't want to be pregnant anymore. No.
Like, another really big, like, bad thing is the way abortions are categorized. So, the insurance companies, being the absolute evil pieces of shit that they are, have it categorized that it is only deemed as a medical emergency, medically necessary abortion if you are actively dying. Right?
Uh-huh.
If you're dying right then and there, it is an emergency necessary one. If you're told that if you have the baby, you will die, if you're told that the baby is not viable or may not be viable, and you choose to have an abortion, then it is deemed as elective, as in you chose to just have an abortion. And it's treated the same as someone that didn't want the baby and chose to have an abortion. Is that's treated the same as someone that may have wanted the baby and is told if you carry this baby to term you'll die, so you can get rid of it now or wait and see if it does kill you. Or if it's a like the baby's not going to make it, we're just going to be playing a waiting game and it's best to just do it now, that's then deemed the same. They're deemed medically the same. Statistically, they'll be put in the same category just because of an insurance bullshit claim. That's it. And so the statistics of what are legitimate elective abortions and what are medically necessary abortions are fucked up. And there should be a category of medically necessary and like medical emergent, like a medical emergency abortion. Do you get what I mean? There should be a categorized difference between them. Because one is an emergency, obviously life and death. The other is still necessary, but it's not. So not that I think that, obviously I don't think there's anything wrong with if you just choose to, like, your body, do what the fuck you want. But it annoys me because I know that those statistics are used by dickheads like Bethany to say, look how many people are choosing to get rid of their kid. And it's like, no, there are people that would have wanted that fucking baby, but they couldn't. They just couldn't have it. And it's put down on the same thing just because of an insurance company dickhead. And it pisses me off because Yeah, because of people like Beth using it. Like, that's fucked up. Can you imagine going through all that and then having some dickhead use the death of your baby as a fucking statistic against what you want, against something that you agree with? Like, I would go mad. I would go mad.
Glober Mom, I did cover this a bit earlier. When it comes to people that talk about late in pregnancy abortions, they like to use the term late term abortion, which just is factually not a thing. A late term abortion is not real. It is a later in pregnancy abortion, because late term would be like right before birth, and that's illegal, highly illegal. And yes, it has been skewed to where people think that you're talking about getting rid of a baby moments before birth or right when they're born. You're just murdering a fucking baby. And that's not true in the least. And there are a lot of women in a lot of states that do have to deal with the fact that if their baby does die in utero, they have to travel very far. They have to spend a lot of money. They have to go through a lot of loopholes to be able to have their baby removed because of laws, because of regulations, because of the way that everything is done, and it's fucked up. Yeah, the Bible can say that there is no life until the baby is born all at once, but people like Bethany and Kristen will say that as soon as that baby is conceived, it is a baby, it has life, even though anything can happen in the first 12 to 13 weeks or beyond, for really.
And for Christ's sake, historically, people didn't used to name their baby for the first year because it may die. That's why there is a naming ceremony, because after the baby's first year, that's when they'll be like, okay, it's past the risk of death window. They're less likely to die now, so we'll name it and we'll get it baptized and shit.
Yeah.
And like, I did that with my daughter, funny enough. Like, for her first birthday, we held a naming ceremony to have it like a nod to history kind of thing. But it's not like, even historically, this was a concern. Like, suicide never used to be against biblical rules until so many people are just killing themselves because life was so shit historically that they wanted to end it and go to heaven, that they made it into law that is against biblical law, because people were killing themselves to escape how shit the world was, because they would go straight to heaven apparently, and it became a big thing.
Yeah. You know, it's actually the rules change all the time. And did you know that it's actually a federal offense if you accidentally kill someone else while in the process of killing yourself?
Wow,
I don't know how that. That's the look I had, Slim, when I read that. I was very confused. I was like, okay, so if I'm trying to kill myself and I accidentally kill someone else, that's a federal offense.
How it's so crazy that's even a thing. Like, how often does that happen?
I don't know.
Do you know what? I can see it. So like people.
I guess if you're like driving a car into a building, you know, or if you like, I can see that, but it's interesting to fathom that had to become a thing. But I can see it.
It has to be
like
a
people
rule now.
Jumping off bridges into traffic, jumping off buildings and landing on someone, things like that. I guess trying to make you be like, look, I know you want to kill yourself and everything, but can you make sure you're not killing someone else in the process of doing it? That'd be grand. I don't know.
Shooting a gun and it goes through the wall and it hits your next door neighbor, you know. I mean,
yes, suicide is against the law, which is also weird because, you know, if you're successful, how are you supposed to try that person? Yeah, exactly. If you're successful, who do the authorities prosecute? I don't know. Even if you're not successful, most of the time you don't get prosecuted. You just, get sent on a grippy sock vacation. which isn't the best, but it's better than being prosecuted for trying to end your own life.
Maybe that's how they get away with sending you to the institutions.
Carnivorous, I'm going to need a while to figure this one out. It's a felony in Oklahoma to go whale hunting.
Yeah, there's like another state as well. I think that it's illegal to whale hunt that does not have a coast or does not have ocean. We don't know why, but
where are the whales coming from? Like,
Johnny.
Luckily, she's in Pennsylvania.
You got to it before me. I was gonna say, if you're hunting a shanty, then it's illegal.
No hunting fat chicks.
Yes, Oklahoma is landlocked, and you cannot go whale hunting there.
Wow.
In my state, it's illegal to have your horse go around without trousers, and you're also not allowed to keep your horse in the bathtub. I don't know why bathtubs keep coming up this stream, but bathtubs.
Will be legal to hunt shanty.
Well, I mean, technically, hunting another human for sport is illegal. Cannibalism is technically not illegal in any of the 50 states. It's just very difficult to legally get your hands on human meat, but that's another topic.
Well, random one. In the UK, it is illegal for a woman to eat chocolate on public transport.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's back from Victorian era where chocolate was deemed very publicly an aphrodisiac. And so it would be an inherently sexual act for a woman to be eating an aphrodisiac publicly on public transport.
That makes sense.
So,
to a degree.
Yeah.
You know,
lots of other ones.
Perhaps that is the issue there. Rich people who gamble being hunted for sport. But some of these laws that are still on the book are absolutely baffling because they can tell you that you're not allowed to keep a horse in a bathtub. And that can stay on the books, but, someone that needs access to health services can't get them. I feel as though the health services are a more pressing issue than horses in bathtubs.
Yeah.
Just make it make sense because it makes no sense.
Making sense. That's for suckers.
Whoa. Sorry, I just found a really weird one. Weird law. If you put so our stamps have the picture of the Queen's head on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you place the stamp upside down when posting letters or parcels, apparently it is deemed treason. Under the 1986 Salmon Act, it is an offence to handle salmon while looking suspicious.
How does one look suspicious while handling salmon?
Unzipping pants because
that just looks dolphins, perverted and not quite suspicious.
Because here's the fact: dolphins they will just bite the heads off a fish and use it to rub one out.
Yeah. They also dolphins also like to get high on pufferfish.
Yeah. Also mango. Can you give me a link to that shirt?
Oh, Baphomet eating ramen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might need.
Oh, I just found out that there's one of the other states with the whale hunting law on the books is actually Ohio. where it is illegal to fish for whales on Sunday.
Huh.
Why
Open
Sunday
on
specifically,
Sunday.
I don't know. Why whales in Ohio? I also don't know. That doesn't make sense.
Open on Sunday. You are my Chick-fil-A. All right, no more Kanye West.
But yes, if anyone in the side chat has any more questions or anything, or any other things that they would like to discuss in terms of the things that we have covered here today, by all means, please put them in the side chat and we will do our best to answer them and discuss them.
Uh-huh.
Hopefully not make too many jokes about certain things, like Quasi and his fucking bathtub fires.
Tub guy from True Capitalist Radio. Oh my!
It is illegal to drag a dead horse down Yonge Street on a Sunday in Toronto. Who's dragging dead horses around? Why is
that
that a
ruins
thing?
my Sunday. Damn
Yeah.
it.
Man, it looks like we're gonna have to reschedule our trip to Toronto, Slim. Like, our activities just got canceled. Up until 2012, no frisbees or footballs were allowed to be used in Los Angeles beaches without lifeguard permission. It's a beach. Who's going to take the time to ask a lifeguard about it?
Mango.
Yes.
Mango.
What?
Madhouse Act 1774. The Madhouses Act of 1774 restricts property owners to one lunatic per residence. You had to apply for a license if you wanted to start a collection.
You could have a collection of lunatics?
Looks like.
Why have I not done this yet? Dang it.
What is... what? Why is that a thing?
I guess so you weren't taking in people with mental issues and starting your own madhouse illegally?
Uh-huh. So you can have one. You can have the one, but then you have to apply to have a collection.
Yeah, because I guess they would say, oh, well, you'd not likely have more than one, like, lunatic per household. Because, like, what are the odds of every member of your family actually being a lunatic?
Fair. Yes. Anytime midnight.
Wow.
Yes. It's also illegal to walk backwards in front of my city's courthouse on a Sunday while eating a hamburger. That's extraordinarily specific. That.
Well, I guess I'm gonna go commit some law breaking. Walking backwards while eating a hamburger.
Why a hamburger specifically? Like, who did what to cause that to be a rule? I would like to meet the person that caused so much friction with their hamburger eating while walking backwards on a Sunday at that there had to be a rule in place. Please point them in my direction. I'd love to know. Yes, that the lunatic thing, the madhouse thing, yeah. Yes, all of our houses are illegal because, well, have you met people?
It is legal to have a pet bear, gorilla, crocodile, or any other wild animal. This is already state law, so it looks like San Francisco need to be extra clear about it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the wording! Returning library books while clenching with cholera. They say, libraries say, don't return your books if you're clenching with cholera. Oh my god.
That's such a great way to put it.
Uh-huh. Yeah. San Francisco doesn't want crocodiles because they didn't want to turn to Florida.
What?
Florida man arrested for tossing an alligator through a drive-through window.
It's illegal to be annoying. There's legit a law at being annoying in libraries. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, in my state, there's still a law in the books that says that if you're approaching a 4-way stop that like doesn't have a traffic light or anything, and you're in a non-horse vehicle, then you must stop 100 feet from the intersection and fire your gun so that you can let horse traffic know that you are approaching. Because for some reason we have to let the horses know.
by spooking them.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. San Francisco seems like the type of place that would do that. Just be extra for no reason. Oh, yeah. It's also illegal in my state to change clothes in a gas station.
Jeez. In Minnesota or something, it's illegal to get your hair cut without your husband's permission.
Why?
Yeah. You can't get your hair cut without asking your husband first.
Oh, my favorite Canadian law is illegal to have sex with a porcupine in Alberta.
Okay, who did it first? Who did it first? Slim, were you spending time in Alberta? Were you messing with the porcupines? Did they think that you were doing something you actually weren't doing?
You banged a porcupine, eh?
In my state, the fire department does have authority to blow up your house. Yeah, they're legally allowed to just like blow up your house.
Kablimers.
If anyone else has anything that they would like to discuss in the side chat or in the panel, then by all means, I figure if no one has anything else, then we'll go ahead and call it because it's been like 3.5 hours. We can go to 4. That is fine. Yes. It's possible that he is responsible for all of these weird laws. Slim, why do you do these things? Does anyone else on panel have anything that they would like to bring up? Anything they would like to say or shill for themselves?
I'm sorry, I'm just quickly sorting something out for Spawn.
Oh, it's fine.
Quootering. Oh my god, Bill.
Slim, do you have anything you want to shill?
Everybody go to my channel. If maybe in a second I'll be able to put it up there. I'm trying to get to 500 subs, so I think we're 20 away from that. So if people could go there and please sub to my channel, and then we'll do a 500 sub special Slim roast where we're gonna roast me. We'll have people on making fun of me and playing games. So.
Yay! Sounds fun.
Yeah.
And I just put your channel into the chat for you, Slim.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. And then Realize, do you want to show your channel?
Yeah, I just put it in the private chat.
Do you want to talk about what you do on your channel?
Yeah, I just I do like a variety of things. I do gaming. I do my show, The Meat Grinder, with my friend Zale, where I just take the piss out of things. And Wednesday nights, me and Kian, we do the news.
Sounds fun.
Yeah. Yeah. You use one of the Dave strings that Vila gave me for Meat Grinder, so me and Zale can just rip on the fat ham bone as the Lord of the Patriarchy.
Well, hey, little wolf. For me, I just snipe one at the moment. I'm covering other little things here and there. Oh, Mango, it's changed now.
Oh, are you using your backup channel?
No, it's not Multicolor Pixie now. It's just Vila Vendetta.
Okay, I can change that.
I changed the thingy. Yeah, I don't know if it would change it there or not, but yeah.
It should still go straight to you if you follow it. Yep.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Gotta love technology. But yeah, I'm starting to move on to other random little things here and there that I'm planning. But yeah, I'm going a bit slow with actually implementing the new stuff because I get emotionally drained after watching one video.
Yeah, that's understandable. All things considered with Vaughn.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll figure out why he went to court today soon, though, so that'll be fun.
Unless he does that thing where he doesn't stream for 2 days after, like he did last time. He just went silent.
We're still talking about Lord of Patriarchy?
No, we're talking about Von Hilton.
Here's why Udraven's banned off of Twitch.
Next week, I will be returning to how I did it the first week of the deep dive, where I will be having, one or two people on with me and discussing the things that we are reading in real time. Next week is anti-feminism. And there are plenty of posts about their anti-feminist thoughts and ideas. And it's terrible. It sounds horrible when looking at it. 7 reasons I'm not a feminist. A popular way to lose your respect as a girl. 4 reasons modesty empowers women and nudity doesn't.
Oh, God.
Why being an independent woman isn't always good. Future wife and mom, you only have 24 hours. These are all they're gross. They're going to be terrible. And I cannot wait to go over them and discuss them with you all because it's important that people like these have their ideals exposed and have them corrected.
Next up, we're going to introduce you to the other ones. Well, I'm sure you already know them, but what's her name? Laurie Alexander.
Oh, I know all about Laurie.
Debbie Pearl.
Yep. The Pearls are actually really good friends with the Duggars. The Pearls are the reason why the Duggars did blanket training. And blanket training is absolutely fucking disgusting.
I definitely believe you on that.
Debbie Pearl says that it's okay to beat a newborn baby or 6 months with a stick as big as your thumb.
Yep.
And there was a baby crying in church, and she just picked it up off the mum, thwacked it until it stopped crying, and then handed it back in the middle of church. No one stopped her. Yep. She's written books that have led to the known death of a handful of children. Can't remember the exact number, but I know it's more than 2.
Yep. See, we're going through all of Girl Defined because there's just so much to it that they have tried to cover up. And then as soon as we are done with Girl Defined, I will be jumping into people like the Rodriguez family, a deeper look into the Duggar family, We've got Lori Alexander. We've got the Pearls. There are so many fundamentalist families that put their thoughts and ideals out there and try and sell their thoughts and ideals that it's worth it to deep dive into all of this.
Oh yeah.
What is
I've really wanted to cover Pearls and Jebediah House.
Yes.
Is a big one I've wanted to cover because I've not heard many people talk about it. I've reached out to people like Dear Mr. Atheist, Jimmy Snow, Sarah Skeptic, bugger, what's her name? Oh, I've forgotten what her name is. The English woman that does atheistic stuff. I can't remember her name now. I've reached out to all three of them to ask them to cover it. None of them haven't. I'm like, well, do you know what? Now I'm doing YouTube. I'm going to fucking cover it.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm doing this deep dive is because it's not being covered. I see people do Girl Defined, but they look at their recent videos. They look at their books. They aren't looking at the blog posts that they've tried to bury or tried to completely delete. Brainless. What blanket training is you lay out a blanket. It's only so big, it's like a baby blanket, and you put your young child, usually a crawling child, onto the blanket, and you put their favorite toys and books and whatever around the blanket. And once your child tries to get off of that blanket, you beat them into submission so they sit on that blanket. That is blanket training. That is what Debbie Pearl teaches mothers to do to their children. Your child must sit on the blanket when they are put on the blanket, and they cannot do the things that they want to do. They have to listen. You have to be in control of them. You have to beat them into submission. That is blanket training. That is fucked.
That is horrible.
Trying to make it like where you put the dog treat out for a dog, and then they can only touch it when you say go. Like, wait, except with more violence.
Yep. A lot more violence. Usually you beat them with a switch, something no wider than the thumb, but enough to cause enough fear and damage in your child that they will not love you. They will fear you. They will sit there and they will wait until you say that it is okay to play with their toys. Not because they want to play with their toys anymore, but because mommy said it's okay and I don't want to get hit by mommy anymore. And that's fucked.
Like, there's a reason they're linked to the actual deaths of children. People have bought that book and followed its advice because it's a parenting book by like people they trust or like by religious like figureheads.
Yep.
And they did it thinking it was okay, backed by some form of science, and their children died.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is messed up. It does need to be outlawed. It's one of those things that no parent should ever put their child through. And the fact that it is being sold and taught as the way that things should be is fucked up. Because you have all of these kids that are being raised by the blanket training method and other Pearl methods that are now having their own kids and using those same methods. The oldest Duggar children, when they first started having kids, they were using the Pearl method because that's what they were taught. That's what they knew. But there's one Duggar daughter that actually has broken free to an extent. She does still have some messed up ideals, but she's in therapy. She's working on them. She is doing the thing, and we are all so proud of her. Her husband is going to school to be a lawyer. Her children are in public school. Like, she's correcting the mistakes, but those mistakes are still there. Those mistakes that her parents made are still going to go down generation to generation because no one else is breaking the cycle of abuse. And it's the same case for a lot of people that followed the Pearl's teachings.
Sorry. No, in the UK, that would be illegal. So in the UK, you can only spank a child once as punishment, and it cannot be hard enough to leave a red mark. That is it. If you do anything more or harder, then that is child abuse. Of course, it's hard to prove, but that is the line. And I agree. I mean, I wish all of it was gone, but if that's the limit that we're going to put in, I can agree with that limit, because it's saying it cannot leave a mark. It has to be as a actual punishment for something, and it can only be one.
See, brainless, morally hitting a child is outlawed. Legally, there is a lot of gray areas in the US, especially since when you are doing something like blanket training, you are doing it at an age where, unless your child is in daycare, which most of these people follow the whole, oh, the wife needs to stay at home with the baby thing, no one's going to see that kid. No one's going to see the marks. No one's going to see the abuse. And so it can't be reported. It's an unfortunate reality. And that's how a lot of people are able to get away with such abuses, is because they don't ever get to be seen by other people. They don't get that outside interaction. They don't get the attention that they need, and they don't have it brought to light. And even people that do get caught abusing their children, 9 times out of 10, it takes a lot to get them caught. It takes multiple reports to CPS. It takes multiple investigations. It takes a lot. Look at Von Helton with his fucking 12 chances, and his kids got taken on the 13th.
Yeah. I mean, unless we're literally talking about a bruise on their back in the shape of a belt buckle, and a slap on their face in the shape of a handprint that perfectly matches your hand, it's pretty hard to prove it was even deliberate.
Yes, it's very,
you could
very
say, oh, he's got a black eye. We were sparring in boxing. We spar, and I we were sparring, and I accidentally got him too hard.
And then you've also got the parents that train their children to lie for them. Oh, no, mommy didn't hit me. I fell. Daddy didn't hit me. I accidentally ran into something. And when there are parents like that that are able to train their children to lie for them, it just makes everyone else's jobs harder. And it's going to make that child's life harder.
Kid in the neighborhood jumped me. Me and my brother were just play fighting. Me and my brother, they didn't mean to hurt me. We were play fighting, you know. All the fucking excuses, all there. And most parents that are abusive know not to hit where things will be seen.
Yep.
Like, then, oh, why aren't you doing PE today? Why haven't you done PE all year? Because mummy doesn't want me taking my shirt off at school so people see. This is the sort of shit they do. Like, it's bad. And teachers can only do so much. And sometimes even then, when they're trying their damnedest, the fucking administrators, the principals, all that lot, just aren't helping. They're like, we don't want the hassle. We don't want the problems.
And then on top of it, you've got the CPS workers that are overworked, underpaid, already have a huge caseload. They have people that are false calling in things on other people for revenge. It's a huge mess, and things get pushed to the wayside. The people that actually need the help, the children that need to get out of these situations, are pushed to the wayside because they don't have the resources necessary.
And that's messed up. Like, don't call social services because you're pissed off that, like, whatever, like, I don't care if you're having a balmy with the woman next door. Fuck you. I don't care if, like, your ex that cheated on you shacked up with a woman that's got kids and you're pissed off. To be fair, and I know this is going to sound so shitty, and I do apologize, I don't care that your ex has got a new missus and is playing house with them and ignoring you and your baby, right?
Yeah.
don't call social services on that petty shit, because he's not, unless he's actually abusing him, don't do it. Yes, it sucks that he's abandoned your family for another family. Don't call CPS on that. They deal with abuse, not dickhead. Being a dickhead is not a crime.
Elsie, I have had like an opposite sort of thing, but my son has special circumstances. If they see bruising on a kid at this point in my son's school system, they just assume that they were playing too hard. And it's only once they see like a pattern of bruising or bruising in very specific locations that they'll question anything. But otherwise they don't ask. It's a don't ask, don't tell situation. Oh, there's bruising, must have been playing.
Right, for me at the school spawns that, right? And this angers me. So my neighbour, her little girl, she's 3 years older than Spawn. She has cystic fibrosis, so she's on a lot of steroids, medication, things like that. Her dog had died recently, and the school, in their infinite wisdom in her class, decided to do a thing where they were talking about everyone's pets. Right? She just started new steroidal medication that did make her very emotional. The mum had a nurse come in to talk to them. She'd had paperwork in, everything, and explained to them, right? She starts crying in lesson about it. She's quite sleepy because of the medication. The school had been notified for all this. She comes home to a CPS worker and the police at her door. The school didn't call her, talk to her, nothing. There's no patterns of abuse. There's nothing there. I'm around their house all the time. There was nothing bad happening. School go, oh, we weren't aware she had cystic fibrosis. That's really bad. The mum didn't tell us. She had to call up her sister, the nurse, to back her up and say, no, I've been to visit the school to tell them. What are they on about?
Yeah.
Because they were then obviously trying to cover their ass for making a very big mistake. But guess what they didn't do? For the boy that threatened to stab my daughter's friend, threatened to throw my daughter in the lake so she would drown, and said that she was full of shit. Right? This is at the time, 5-year-old boy saying all this. They did nothing. And when I said I want to make an actual complaint, because they were like, oh, okay, yeah, no, we'll do something. I'm like, no, I want to make a actual written formal complaint about this. And I said, so do you not take death threats seriously? Oh, death threat is a bit of a extreme.
No, what the kid did was
phrasing.
An extreme.
Yeah, I said no. It's not an extreme way to phrase it. It's an accurate way to phrase it. That was a death threat. They said, oh, it's normal for boys. It's normal for children to say things like that. I'm like, where?
No.
Where?
No.
Fucking Brixton.
In horror movies, maybe?
Well, no. Okay, but Brixton is like Harlem, right?
Uh-huh.
So there's a lot of gang violence in Brixton. It's like a high crime area. It's in the middle of like London. So yeah, so it might be normal for a kid to hear something like that there and repeat it, but not in a small rural village area. That's not normal. That's not something a child should overhear. So what are you going to do about it? They weren't going to do anything about it. They said I should, if I'm worried, I should call social services.
Uh-huh.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
All right.
And then
I'm about to. I'd say I'm about to like leave. I need food in the system.
All right, realize it was nice having you on.
Yeah.
Have a nice rest of your day. I don't know what time it is.
Have a nice rest of your day.
They're back.
Bye.
Bye.
Eat my ass, bot. Anyways. Anyways, bye. So see y'all later, cyborgs and ladies.
Later.
Cool.
That is some shit, Hyun. That is some shit indeed.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, it's annoying because they made me feel like I was being the unreasonable Karen for going a bit mental over this.
Brainless, the mods that I have been doing YouTube for like years, so they know to hide the bot and not time them out. No worries. They've got this. But
yeah,
thank
also
you. I appreciate it.
Do report it as well, so it gets back. I've reported it every time for you, so hopefully the channel does get yeeted, so it can't keep harassing. But yeah,
Sir Little Wolf, pretty sure it's because of the topics that I covered last stream and this stream, because I did talk about purity culture last time. This time talked about abortion and safe sex and things of that nature. So I think that it does vary based off of what your channel is covering.
yeah, that makes sense.
Because Carnivorous, he covers like pretty much nothing but sex and the occasional random other thing on his channel, and he sees the same bot.
Okay.
Yes, we're all tired of them, Anna. We are all very, very tired of them because they're everywhere.
Like, how has YouTube not got rid of it all? Sorry, hang on.
They haven't gotten rid of them all because, like, there's just too many at this point. The room is still open. The link is pinned at the top of the comments. Yeah, I see them everywhere. It's absolute insanity just how many of them there are and where all they are. Because, I mean, I've seen them in the live chats. Like, I have, 42, 43 subscribers. I have very minimal subscribers, and I still see them in my chat. Oh, that's a really good idea. You should do that. Adding the link that they always post to the blocked words on Underhaven. That's a good idea. More people should do that. Because they're Russian, Anna. You answered that yourself. You called them Russian bots, and you're wondering why their names are Russian. Get it together. Yeah, see? You did it to yourself. Hyun agrees. How dare you? Oh, we will wait for Vila to get back, and then I guess we'll go ahead and end it when she does. Because I think it would be rude to end without her. Oh, there she is.
There you go, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh, me and Spawn got sushi.
Ooh.
Yeah, she really loves sushi, and she's been asking for it for ages. So I'm like, you know what? I'll get us a little treat. So,
hey, Lucifer.
Sushi time. Hey, Lucifer.
Oh, but it has been absolutely wonderful to have y'all on, and I really hope that y'all will be able to join again sometime when we cover various things.
And I'd love to have you come by on the channel sometimes. So if I do the Hepzibah House one, I'd love to have you on as a guest or something.
Of course.
But if I don't like, I might do another different thing with the pearls if you're going to do it as well, because like I don't want to step on your toes, because that's your whole
same.
That's your whole thing, and it's not my whole thing. And there are other things I can talk about to do with it anyway.
Oh, I
so
mean,
like, I don't
honestly, when it comes to the pearls, there is just so much there that if multiple people are covering it, it's incredibly possible that we won't cover the same things because they're
cool.
so fucked. There's such a deep history.
Oh god,
them.
Yeah. Awesome. I just don't want to like be a dick because I don't want to step on people's toes. Awesome. Right. I'm gonna say goodbye. Because I'm gonna eat my eel.
I am so jealous. I want freaking. I might have to go get sushi after I get off work now. Yeah. Oh, I'm so jealous. Yes. So Tuesday, we're going to be doing contraceptives on Cookie. Cookie's going to be streaming. So if either one of you can make that, I think we're doing it 4:30 my time, and I'm Mountain Standard Time. So
okay, so 5:30 my time.
Okay, cool. It's 11. Yeah. It's 11 a.m. for me right now, Vila. So and you can always Google or look up.
Okay, so wait, 6:30 my time. There we go.
Okay, cool.
2 hour difference.
So sweet. So I will let everybody know about that, and we will talk about contraceptives and other forms of contraceptive thingies. So yeah.
Yeah. Are you gonna just do straight contraceptives, or are you gonna talk a little bit about the history of it? Do you reckon?
Oh, that's a good idea. I definitely will talk about the history because like lambskin and the other things back in ancient Roman times, and I've done research on the history
There's
of
a lot, and then with like birth control, so like racial issues in like the it's a start in it, things like that.
Yeah, so
like,
that's
there's
something.
A lot.
Yeah, that's another reason why I would like to have lots of guests. So Cookie is an old lady, so she's old school on the contraceptives. So we'll get some of the youngins coming in, like you all, and then we'll talk about. He's going through menopause right now, so.
Poor Cookie.
Poor sweetheart.
She gets hot flashes and stuff. So yeah. Thank you very much, Mango, for letting me be here, and thank you, Vila, and Side Chat, and for Realize TV for being on as well.
Yes, it was absolutely wonderful to have y'all here. I cannot wait for the next one. I can't wait to join y'all in y'all's streams, and everyone in the Side Chat, thank you so much for being here, and I will see y'all next time. Bye, guys.
Bye.